still live. Don't refresh like that. That's freaking weird. See, is there a way to like I know there's a way to like check stream performance, but I'd love to know where it is because I don't know where it is. I can figure that out after stream. This the creator dashboard. Yeah, I think that means though that I have to like open a web page, and I try to keep my my computer doesn't like running that many programs at once. Yeah, thank you. So, and also then it kind of makes because I only have one monitor, makes things cluttered. I can open it on my phone though, at least. Yeah. No. Anyway. Yeah, it's not that important right now. I just wasn't sure if there was a way to do it on my, on the OBS. Yeah. Detective Crescent was getting his groove on, no less. Voila. Perfect alibi. Does the defense have anything to add to this? It's true, when I heard those gunshots, he must have been on stage. Still, there's something here that doesn't quite add up. They're so, like, heavy-handed with the, illusion stuff right before this, that it's like... I don't know. It appears the defense has no objections. I do have an objection. They just won't let me say that. I believe we can safely say that Darian Crescent's alibi has been acknowledged. Which means the lamiroir was sadly mistaken. Her testimony cannot be true. Very well. Of course, if we disregard her testimony, then I see no evidence keeping us from declaring a verdict. If indeed there are no objections. Oh, Apollo, if he declares a verdict now... but Prosecutor Gavin's case is airtight. Lamiroir might have been lying to protect Maki. That's not... how can I rely on her testimony? Wait, what about yesterday in the detention center? About the case? What about the case? He wants to tell us about Mr. Lotus's death? Yeah, this meeting's over. Darian immediately interrupted us. So we don't even have Maki's, like, own recollection. Maki was trying to tell us something, I know it. Maybe the best thing to do is to ask him under oath. That's a weird way of going about it, but okay. Very well. The court finds the defendant, or what was his name again? Your Honor! No, that wasn't it. It was something like Marquise. Is that Marquis? That's Marquis. Or Mr. Justice? Your Honor, before you declare a verdict, I would like to call another witness. Exactly who else do you need to hear from? A witness who, until now, has not been given a chance to speak in this court. Because he doesn't speak English. You don't mean... I do. The defense calls defendant Maki Tobe to the stand. What? But he doesn't speak English. We'll use an interpreter. Interpreter? I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. I only speak a few phrases, such as... Of course the first thing he, like, learns in a language is, I love you. Wow. Like, way to go straight for the... That's all you need, is, I love you and where's the toilet, in any language. The defense would like to request Lamiroir as the interpreter. Lamiroir? But there's a possibility she's protecting the defendant. But she'd be interpreting for the defendant. Why would she lie? Exactly. This is most unusual. Bravo, Hair Forehead. Now, Judge, the prosecution agrees with the defense's request. If Lamiroir lies, I'll be able to tell. Even my limited knowledge of language should be enough for that. Well, if both prosecution and defense are for this, I see little cause for refusal. Finally some progress. Balish, please show the defendant and Lemire to the witness stand. Ugh. Oh! They finally, like, put two people on the stand at one time. They always, like, switch weirdly between them. I suppose there's a first time for everything. Shall we proceed? Your name to begin with, if you would, Lemire? Yes. He says, Maki Tobe, the defendant. This is certainly a first for this courtroom. Not that we really needed an interpretation of that message in particular. So far, so good. Very well, Mr. Justice, if you would. Huh? If I would what, Your Honor? Would what? You called the defendant to the stand, did you not? What would you have him testify about? What do I want him to testify about in the moment of the crime? I hadn't I hadn't fart that hard. I hadn't thought that far ahead yet. That was a real bad mess up of words there. I don't know how that happened. Paulo, aren't you going to ask him what he was about to tell us yesterday? How can I if I don't know what he was saying? Excuse me, a moment, if I might speak? Yes, Lemire? Just now Maki said, there is something about which he wishes to testify. Maki wants to testify about something. What would it be? The moment of the crime, so you can say I wasn't there at that moment of that crime. What sort of testimony is he talking about? One moment, please. The suspense is killing me. What? What? Oh, well, Amir, according to Maki, he has proof of his innocence. What? That's cute. I like the, like, double, thing there. This is a surprise. Yahoo! Victory, Apollo! We did it! This is sounding too good to believe, and I know what that usually means. I hope he's not, like, gonna completely lie. Or say something that's completely irrelevant because he hasn't understood the rest of the case because it hasn't been explained to him in his language. Well, if that's true, then this is final testimony. Maki, please testify to the court. Very well. Okay, proof of innocence. He says that word of Mr. Lotusu's death came as a great shock. But if the killing truly followed the lyrics of my song, I, that is he, could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them. That's not, like, the most solid proof, but it is something that we haven't explained yet. And I do think we brought that up, like, 2 streams ago or something. I'm constantly distracted by everything. I mentioned it before. Anyway, I see. He wouldn't have understood the English lyrics to the song. That would prevent him from following them so closely. I wondered what he meant by proof. Why, he would only have to ask Lemire to know the meaning of that song. Lemire, did you ever explain the lyrics of that song to him? Of course he's gonna say no. Oh. I did tell him generally what the song was about, but never in so much detail, and he never asked. Has my oft-repeated warning already flooded that forehead? The mirror might be protecting the witness. Well, anyway, let us proceed with the cross-examination. Mr. Justice, if you would. Yes, Your Honor. Something's hidden in that testimony, I know it. I'll just have to trust my bracelet to tell me where. It worked yesterday, it'll work today. Yeah, that's one of the things about the, like, perceiving thing. That's, like, with the first 3 games, it definitely felt like Phoenix was the one doing all of the work. And with these, Apollo's so, like, reliant on his bracelet. Well, not even in, like, the first case. Not in the first case, but, like, it kind of trends more to, like, being, like, relying on the bracelet. Which is weird, because it's, like, I don't know how much the bracelet actually affects it, or if perceiving is just a thing he can do as a person. Anyway. Neither does he could not have done it. He says... Okay. I believe he is too, Trucy, I do. What's wrong, Apollo? You got a tummy ache or something? Something's hidden on that testimony. If it's the truth, I'll find it. Alright, so there are 4 here. This is the only one where her sprite is different. The reliance on his bracelet is logical associated. Yeah, that's like it definitely feels like he kind of made up that the bracelet is like magic. Although, actually, yeah, because once I said the word magic, I remembered that, like, spirits are a whole thing that Phoenix relies on in the first 3 games, so never mind, actually. They do all rely on magic. What was the thing that she was, like... I don't remember what her, because she's already... I think we've already perceived with Lemire specifically before. So I wonder if it's going to be a thing with Lemire or with Maki, because it did, like, focus on him first. The tick changes. Yeah, it does. Or it did in the last case. I assume it does still. But I also don't remember what it was before. So, because I just kind of went with that one because Lemira's sprite was different, but if it's with Maki, then his sprite is the same on all of them, so I can't really use that as a cheat. So I have to actually think about the words. I think it's probably going to be on this one. And it's also like... I really didn't think that perceiving would come in so early in the case. Or in this... So early in the... Oh, there it is, yeah. Yeah. I missed it, because I wanted to double check. That's fun, though, actually, that they're like... It's completely invisible because it's behind the sunglasses. Yeah, surprised that the perceiving came in so early. But, like, the bracelet was highlighted, so... I'm using it. Confirm. Cool. I don't know why R in English is the thing that is making him... Alright, Maki, you can't fool my eyes. He glanced toward her the very moment Lemire said the word English. Why? Don't bother interpreting that, he understands me. Maki, tell the truth. You can understand English, can't you? Why is everything in this case, like, every little fact about them. It was like, he's blind and she can't speak English, but she's blind and she can speak English, and he's not blind and he can also speak English. What is happening? You can understand English, can't you? What are you saying? Of course he can't. Must he continue the charade? Mr. Justice, Maki says this. I know the word English. Huh? Before coming to this country, he heard me speak English. He learned the name for this language, that is all. Why I hate this case. Yeah, I mean, I really like Lamir so far. I think she's like, I like her design. I think she's cool, but they don't even tell the truth about themselves. Yeah, and it's like, it starts off as like, oh, this is for show business, but then it's like, how much of this is, like, why bother fabricating that much, you know? Like, it's wild. Yeah, he learned the name for the language, that is all. I also, like, I assumed it was like a local, or a translation thing, but it wasn't even like his eyes moved when she said English. It was the whole phrase there of what is in English or something. Like, what? Give me a break. Is that such an unusual word to understand? Do you not know Espanol, for instance? Well, yeah, but... Sorry, but he truly does not understand your language. Well, then explain this. How does he know the crime followed the lyrics? That's true. I mean, she's gonna say that she told him, but... You've always been such a suspicious-minded lad. It is simple. So simple it hardly requires an explanation. You read about it in the newspaper. Why would you lie? Why would you not just say that you told him? How would he read an English newspaper? You read about it in the newspaper. Okay. The newspaper? I also hate this, like, here. The Bourguignon Daily Bugle. You can buy it in this country these days, you know. We've also... Okay, if it's the Bourguignon newspaper, then we literally have that, so we can be like... It didn't talk about... It doesn't mention the lyrics of Lamira's ballad. I glossed over that, but it's right there. I'm gonna lose my mind. You've already begun to report about this case in our homeland. I was right. What is wrong, Mr. Justice? Your eyes, they are quite fierce all of a sudden. Maki is lying. Maybe it's time to show them proof that he's lying. Right here. I have here a Bourguignon newspaper, the Bourguignon Daily Bugle, as a matter of fact. Indeed, there is a feature article about the case. Could you read this for me, Maki? Ah, that's right. It doesn't mention the lyrics. What? What is all this about? I'm sorry, Maki. You couldn't have read about the lyrics in a Bourguignon newspaper. Ah! It is weird that we always, like, go into this, like, oh, like, our defendant always ends up telling a lie that hurts their case more than... And, like, we are the ones who have to prove them wrong, too, which makes us look like the bad guys. But, anyway. What does this mean? But I don't see how it's possible. Ah, I know. You must have heard the lyrics when the police were doing their questioning. Yes. Not possible. The subject of the lyrics was not brought up in police questioning. I read the full report myself. I think that only even came up in court yesterday. Like, it wasn't, like, a thing that they started off talking about, but then they were like, oh, wait a second, in the middle of the court, and we were like, okay. Weird, but I guess that's relevant. Yeah, I read the full report myself. So the lyrics weren't in the newspaper and the police didn't mention them. The only place you could have heard them was in this courtroom. In English, no less. Witness will explain herself, or himself. Maki says, he says... Yes? It is true I read the newspaper. This is not where I learned of the lyrics. I was mistaken. Now I remember. You remember? Yeah. But she feels guilty about lying, and I think she's gonna cough it up. He says he heard of the lyrics from me. What? I love that sprite. It's so funny. Is this true, Lemire? Oh. Okay, never mind. Yes, I'm afraid I had forgotten it myself. And it looks like Herr Forehead's been jumping to conclusions again. It seems so, yes. No, no! I was onto something, I know it. I can't let this chance slip away. So weird. It's so weird that they're, like, doing this. This is not my job. Anyway. And... hello? People are yelling in this house. Both of them are lying, too. Like, she's lying by interpreting. So it is perjury. Like, it's explicitly. Time is an issue today. Mr. Justice, are you finished with a cross-examination? What are you gonna do, Apollo? If I'm going to keep on cross-examining, I'd better have an angle of attack. Or else. My bracelet's still reacting. Okay. Your Honor, please allow me to continue. If you must, you must. Very well. Witness? I understand. It was I who explained that crime that it was I who explained that the crime followed the song. Oh, okay. Yay, I knew he was innocent. I believe he is too, Trucy, I do. What's wrong, Apollo? Oh, we've been through this. Okay. So it's just, like, one thing added at the end. I'm trying to, like, guess what I need to look for. Because it's not gonna be his eyes again. Is it? Here again. So it's her this time? Well, 'cause it would make sense for her to be... the reaction to be with her on "it was I who explained." Because that's the lie. But I don't know where to look. Her mouth movement's different, but like... she was like mumbling the first bit, but I'm not sure if that's quite what they want. Thought for a second. I can't listen to that music for that long. Look at my, like... I mean, it's like, when would she have a chance to? I guess, like, before the performance? No, when would she have had a chance to explain that the crime followed the song? Why not, like, say that she explained the lyrics? Even. Are we on day 3 of the case? Still, I'm pretty sure that it's gonna be her. It's not like... Yeah, he's not reacting at all. Yeah, I think yeah, her neck there. I wasn't quite sure if it was the, like, mouth there or her neck, but I think... Yeah, okay. And that's what they mean by angle of attack, was they were like, instead of Maki, it's lamiroir that we need to be perceiving. Okay. Interesting. Lamiroir. I'm currently cross-examining Maki. Why should you be uncertain? Me? Uncertain? Yes, you swallowed the very moment you told the court. It was I who explained. I see there's little point in trying to hide anything from you. Lamiroir, are you indeed protecting someone? That is not a question with a simple answer. To tell the truth, I do not believe it myself. Then allow me to answer for you. Lamiroir, you're protecting. I mean, it's obvious that she's protecting Maki, right? Why does this feel like a trick question? Lamiroir, you're protecting Maki. That's why you lied and told us that you would explain how the crime followed the song. I don't fault you for trying to help, but this is not the way. Maki, I believe you didn't do it, really. I trust you. But you've lied to us twice. Now you have Lamiroir lying on your behalf. If this is going to work, you have to trust me, too. Your 2 lies cover a simple truth. If you understand English, you have to. Ah! Yep, there we go. Why? Why they've made this worse for themselves? Anyway. Witness, is this true? Do you understand English? Yes, a little only. Great. What? First he could see, now he can talk. And you? Did not know about this, Lamiroir? No, I did not. It is quite a surprise. How many secrets is this witness hiding? Last. This is last. Maki, could you tell us what really happened? No shooting. I did no shooting. So you weren't in the dressing room when I heard those 2 gunshots, correct? Apparently the answer to that question isn't simple either. Was he like freaking... Is he gonna be... Why was... Cause like, I was like, oh, what if he was in the vents at the time of the shooting, right? Because they were on and on about how the only person who could leave could go through the vent. Sus. Anyway. Why... But then I was like, no, that's impossible. Why would he be in the vents? There's no reason for him to be in the vents at the time of the murder. But... okay, fine. Apparently the answer to that question isn't simple either. I was in dressing room, behind desk, manager heat on... manager heat on floor. Which would be after the shooting, right? Then there is voice. Voice or voices? Was it you and Emma, Apollo? So when Maki went into the dressing room, Mr. Latouche had already been shot. Was he like immediately before us? That's... or... I was like, was he after us? Or like, did he, for whatever reason, go... oh, because his fingerprints were on the vents. Yeah, so I guess he like went in immediately before us, panicked, climbed the ladder, went into the vents. Instead of being like, I don't know, staying there, and I guess that probably would have been worse for his case because he would have been standing over the body, but he could have come out and been like, help, right? Like, it's so weird. It's so weird. Anyway, Mr. Latouche had already been shot, and then we came to the door. Because in my memory also, it was like really fast how everything happened. But, like, we heard gunshots and we were in the room in 10 seconds or something. Which is not a lot of time to scramble up a ladder. Like, I would think that he would fall. That would, like, I don't know. Unless we, like, weren't... if we were, like, in the hallway and we had to run to the door, maybe that would have been more time. Or were we in the room next... I thought we were in the hallway, though. How would he have come past us in the hallway? How was he there? What? I need to, like, rewatch that, because I feel like there was no way enough time for that. Okay. Panel high up, I take off, run away, run away. So it was you who escaped through that air vent. The prosecution has held all along, no less. The defendant has admitted to being at the scene. Might we take this as a confession? The first thing he said was no shooting. He did not do a shoot. No, he's clearly denied that he did it. I know shooting. Manager on floor. Already on floor. The victim had already been shot, you say. I find that hard to believe. The defendant understood the song lyrics. He was at the scene of the crime. This can only mean one thing. He is the shooter. I'm going to break you in half, Clavier Gavin. Does the defendant have anything to say to this? He's clammed up, Apollo? And let's ask Mr. Justice. Will you require any further testimony from the witness? Is that it? Is there nothing else I can get him to testify about? Wait, no, of course there is. If Darian was there, I guess? Oh, yeah. I guess we could go into that. What is this cocoon anyway? The cocoon, the silk, is a potent cure. A cure? Well, Maki, are you a smuggler? He won't tell me. That cocoon has to have something to do with this. So, in order to get him off the hook for murder, you are getting him to confess to a crime that is punishable by death in his home country. A crime that, because it involves smuggling between borders of countries, would probably have to actually be tried in international law of some kind. This is a really bad idea. Anyway, Maki, please tell us the truth for your own sake. No more speak, not to any of you. So much for your precious trust, Hair Forehead. Hey, you were the one who didn't believe him. They address that. Okay. I just don't want to make him say anything under oath about that. Like, it just feels like Adrian Andrews in the second game, where it's not the same because what she did wasn't a crime, but it was still something that you don't, like, forcing the witness to bring up something that is really bad. Anyway. Regardless, this brings us to an impasse. It does seem that the defense and the defendant are at odds. I doubt that we are likely to learn of anything of more value should this continue. I see no other course but to declare a 5-minute recess. The defense will work things out with the defendant so that we might proceed. This sucks. 10:23 a.m. Hello, Eustace. I'm not sure what accent that's supposed to be. It's like I know Spanish has the J's. No, J is an H. Language is J, a Y sound. Anyway, hello, Eustace. That's justice. Better learn how to say it if you ever want to get some. He's learning English. Shut up, Apollo. Anyway. Believe. I know shooting. Maki claims Mr. Latouche was already down on the ground when he entered the room. Maybe it was a trap and he walked right into it? Suddenly, I hear revolver. Close. Very close. Then I hear voice. You heard gunshots? Yes, it's true. I hear revolver, but only sound. Wait, you're saying you went into the dressing room and found Mr. Latouche already dead? And then you heard shots. Well, I'm like trying to process that. Because I knew there was going to be some kind of illusion. But then also, like, Latouche was, like, alive when we saw him. So he was bleeding out for a long time? Like, before... They really said the gunshot sound will only be, like, after... or, like, right before he's about to die of blood loss anyway. That sucks. Okay. Then you heard shots. If that's true. So, you were at the scene of the crime when you heard those shots? And you skipped through the air vent. I know. Huh? What do you know? I know if I opening vent, I can leave stage and backstage. So the vents went to both the stage and the backstage area. Why is this relevant? Is that what he means? Oh. Yeah, the dressing room's... Okay, hey, he's right. Look, Apollo. Huh? Yeah, but how did you know it was connected like that? Wait, I bet his father was the architect that designed the hall or something. Okay. I hear this from Magician. Magician? From Grammary? Don't look at me. Magician, huh? Well, at least we're clear on one thing. Maki didn't shoot Mr. Latouche. Yeah, but what does that leave us with? We're supposed to say he went into the room to find the body and then he heard the gunshots? That one's gonna go over well in court. Not. Paulo, you're his defense. You're supposed to believe whatever he says, even lies. Yeah, we saw how well believing his lies went the first time. That's what Daddy always told me. I'll just pretend you misheard him every time. So what do we do? You sure you won't testify, Maki? No talking, no. What? You literally just told us. Why can't you just say that in court instead? Okay. Well, it was worth a shot. That cocoon. I can't go home. Can't go home? I can't go home to Virginia. I do not want to go home. Penalty for taking a cocoon from Virginia is death. That's right, it's punishable by death. Of course, he's scared. I get him being scared, but, like, logically, staying off the stand only hurts his chances. But okay. At least we're not. At least we're not bringing up the Unya. Guess we'll have to try a different approach. That's the spirit, Apollo, so what's your plan? If Maki won't testify about it, we'll have to get someone else to testify. Oh, also I did check, and this is the 3rd day of the case. And I do feel a little bit silly for not realizing that. Someone else? I think we're out of time. Let's get back in there. Right! Court is now back in session. Mr. Justice, have you sorted things out with the defendant? Yes, Your Honor. We had a good talk. Very well. So will he testify? Your Honor, the defendant will not testify. Well, what? Shame. Here I thought this was your big chance to turn the case around. Actually, it is. The defense would like to approach this case from a different angle, Your Honor. A different angle? Maki won't testify. Then I know who will. But we've already had lamiroir on the stand. I don't know who. Unless we call lamiroir or Emma. Was Emma already on stand? If we call one of them back to the stand, they both... Or Darian? Darian has to testify. We could call Darian. It's probably what's gonna happen, isn't it? Oh, lamiroir again. Okay, never mind. I would like to cross-examine the witness in this case, lamiroir. Lamiroir? What are you up to now? Thought we determined yesterday that lamiroir's testimony was insubstantial. There's nothing you can... Lamiroir was taken to the hospital yesterday with injuries. Right! Oh my god, I totally forgot. Lamiroir got, like, attacked yesterday. What happened? She was assaulted, Your Honor. Assaulted? Someone wanted lamiroir dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself. What? I've heard no such report. Prosecutor Gavin. Why would anyone be out to kill lamiroir? Can you think of a reason? Well, think of how she is known in our country. A singer from overseas who doesn't speak English, yes? Yet someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Yeah. I mean, it's like... Yeah. Even if the... Like, obviously the court is still gonna be like, well, Darian didn't do the murder. But it is gonna be hard for him to try to claim that he didn't assault lamiroir. Because there's no one else it could have been. Like, because Maki was in holding. Someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Who could that have been? You don't think... I do. It was the same person who shot Mr. Latouche. The killer was afraid of her, afraid of what she might say. The defense believes that something was hidden in her testimony yesterday. Something that the killer doesn't want getting out. So, am I to understand that this is what you are saying? Namely, that there's a nugget of truth in lamiroir's testimony. A nugget we have yet to uncover. Stop saying nugget. Exactly. If Lemire was attacked, this has serious implications. Very well. Sorry. There were some vague points in her testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire quite as deeply as we might have into some. The court will hear Lemire's testimony once more. Lemire, I must apologize. I must ask you to stand again and speak. You need not apologize. I know that Maki is innocent, and I will do all that I can until the court realizes this. Let's review your testimony from yesterday. You told us... This sprite is so cute. Like, absolute tangent, but... like, the way that his face angle is down there, I want to do a redraw of that. That's fun. Anyway, you told us you heard 2 gunshots and the shooter's voice through the window. And that the voice belonged to Darien Crescent, yes? That is correct. At which point I proved she could not be correct. She couldn't have heard any of those things. The small window at the scene was closed and was found to be quite soundproof. I keep forgetting that the window was said to be closed. So it's gonna have something to do with time and the timing of everything. And the number of gunshots and the bullet holes and I don't quite get it. Which is, I do actually kind of like that. I like this case, despite everything. Like, because it's clear from the, first or second day? It's clear from early on that it's Darien. But you don't know how. Which is, like, similar to the earliest cases in the first game. I don't remember how often they do that, but I do like it when... the small window at the scene was closed and was found to be quite soundproof. Yeah. You've nothing to say to that, Mr. Justice? I don't know exactly what yet, but I do know that there's something there. There is, it seems, much you do not know. Yet it is my duty to hear him out. Perhaps the witness would be so kind as to testify once more to the court. Of course, Your Honor. Did she, like, know what time it was? Or any, like... what I heard. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. That's when I heard them. Mr. Latouche and the detective. Heard the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped, and I heard another gunshot. There was the smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone, but I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past the small window. Pretty much the same as yesterday's testimony. I am sorry. I'm not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in some way. Yet everything I have said here is the truth. Then it is my distinct displeasure to say this. What you have said to have happened is impossible. Do I have to repeat myself? Lemire was attacked because of this testimony. What, Trucy? Hello, you know, for a moment there, you're pretty cool. I was thinking the same thing, is the weird part. Like, I'm so proud of him in the silliest way. Maybe I do better when I don't try to think ahead. Taking a page out of Phoenix's book. Don't prepare at all. Only bluff. Very well, Mr. Justice. Perhaps you can coolly cross-examine the witness? What I heard. Oh, God. to check something. I don't remember what it was. Oh. God, that's so annoying. I thought I freaking knew what it was. Stage the backstage exits. And then Mr. Tech. And shot. Stop. Is something wrong? I raised an objection, but she's saying the same thing she said before. Mr. Justice? Sorry, it's nothing. Please continue with your testimony. Why am I not allowed to press that? I just wanted to press everything. Now I know what they mean about reckless youth these days. One in the red over there is a shining example of hair justice. You're the last person who should be pointing fingers, Mr. Rockstar. Darian Crescent. I did not know his name at the time. But yes, it was him, the one who took the stand yesterday. How many times do I need to remind you that's impossible? Can I not ask what they were talking about? There's no way you could have heard him. Because the window at the scene was closed. Is that why? Of course. Paulo, if we keep asking the same questions as yesterday, we won't get anywhere. That's right, maybe there's a different angle I can try. Ooh. I want to ask both of these, and I also think neither of them will get me anything. I think for this, she's going to be like, it was too faint for me to hear, and I think that she's just going to say no. But I'll try both. Hopefully. They'll let me try both. Lamira, do you by any chance remember what they were saying to each other? If so, please tell us. I've given it much reflection, but I was afraid of this. She doesn't remember. I only heard one phrase clearly. Thank God. Whole phrase? You remember something that was said? Why didn't you say anything yesterday? My memory is clear. I was afraid to speak. See, I do not understand what was said. This could be it. The clue I've been waiting for. Well, what did he say? It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latouche. The shooter, then. Darian Crescent. Well, what did he say? Oh! Oh, okay. This is about the igniter. It's over. Press the switch, now. Switch? And the shooter said this to the victim, Mr. Latouche? I thought it was quite strange myself afterward. It is a mystery. What could it possibly mean? Mr. Justice, care to shed some light on this? I mean, sure, I'd be delighted. It's, very vital. Maybe we could add that to the testimony? Maybe, Apollo. And it was Detective Darian Crescent's voice. Yes, I am sure of it. It's over. Press the switch. Why would he say that to Mr. Latouche? Apollo! The murder weapon, the revolver, was Mr. Latouche's, right? Yeah, what of it? Well, maybe when he said press the switch, he really meant to say pull the trigger. It's not true. Because his English isn't so good. We're talking about Darian. Darian Crescent is a native speaker. Oh, right. Sorry, I kind of forgot who said what. Who was that? What? Press the switch. That's not something a killer usually says to their victim, is it? Was no one else in the room? I do not know. All I heard was Mr. Latouche and the detective. I don't want to, like... Because this is, like, raising an objection. It's like they've given us this piece, so might as well, like, press the switch. There's only one key that can unlock the mystery of those words. Oh? Yet there was nothing at the scene that could be called a switch. Save the lights? True, there wasn't a switch at the scene. But it just so happens I have a switch right here. That certainly does look like a switch, doesn't it? The problem is, this was found not at the scene of the crime, but on stage. The stage? Where the concert was held, yes. This was found hidden there. On the stage. Are you claiming that the voice Lamira heard was of someone commanding another to press the switch? It's a possibility. Oh, hair forehead? I'd call that an impossibility. Why? Why? It's hardly necessary for me to remind the court of the layout of the concert forum. The stage is quite far from Ramira's dressing room. Not to mention that the Gaviners were in the middle of a concert on said stage. We aren't known for being a quiet band. Just shout all you wanted and not be heard. The detective voice was loud, the detective's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout. So too have Hair Forehead's cries of possibility fallen far short of being heard. Sorry, but he wouldn't have needed to shout. Excuse me? So we're claiming this is during the second performance. Because, like, this is obviously, it's almost over, press the switch, is to light the guitar on fire during the second performance. And so they're gonna be like, why was Lamira there? Because it was all an illusion that she was actually on stage, which raises the possibility of Darian also being an illusion on stage. Which is weird, but okay. Excuse me? You heard what I said, or do you need me to shout it out for you? It would have been quite simple to be heard on the stage from that dressing room. Oh wait, you like evidence, don't you? How about this? Using this, it would have... Oh, no. I'm like... overthinking. Using this, it would be easy to get a message from someone to this on stage to the dressing room. I also wasn't quite sure what they were asking. I thought they were saying, like, they couldn't hear each other because it was too loud on stage. But whatever. This... Prosecutor Gavin, perhaps you're familiar with this? Why, that's... What? What is it? Is that some kind of newfangled phone they invented while I wasn't looking? This is a type of transmitter, a communications device. Communications device? From what I've heard, that night, everyone on stage was wearing one of these. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, actually. They're for talking between band members. The odd one on. So you admit that if you were wearing one of these, talking from backstage to stage would be simple. True, but wait, those send out an electronic signal. To avoid interference with the audio systems, their range is quite limited. Here said it was about 30 feet, right? Look at this cross-section diagram of the concert forum. Yeah, it's 30 feet. Ah. Exactly. The walk from the stage to backstage seems far, but the direct distance is less than 30 feet. That can't be. So when Lamira heard the shooter's voice, he could have been talking to someone on stage. Oh! Oh, I get it. That Darian is not talking to Latouche. He was talking to someone on stage to press the switch that was on stage. What the hell? Why is this so complicated? I thought it was just like a locked room thing where like Darian just stayed in the room, but no, it's gonna be like someone was on the room and someone was in the stage and the someone's pulling a trigger to fire a pistol or something, and timing and igniting things on fire. You could have been talking to someone on stage. They're claiming this is the switch in question. Why did it have to be on the stage at the time? It could have been placed in a pocket and carried anywhere. Someone could have hid it on the stage after the fact. Hey, he's got a point. How do we know where it was when she heard the voice? When the shooter said press the switch? Well, I guess we don't. An unfortunate situation. I'm afraid that until we know where the switch was, there's little point in debating it. Ugh. I'm sure this was the way to go with this. What is the switch, anyway? We don't even know that basic fact. I do. Wait a second. I do know what this switch is. If you follow that train of logic to its incredible conclusion, it ends up in proof that completely changes this case. Yeah, so this is when we're like, this was during second performance, I think. What's up, Apollo? Apollo? We know about the switch, right? We know what it is. Yeah? Well, think of when it was used that day. Think of what happened. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further information to share concerning the switch. Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Justice? I've been remiss in not telling the court this before. I know what this switch is. Well, it seems the defense is set upon linking the switch to the case. Let's see your evidence of the link. What evidence do you have to explain what this switch is? I think the igniter. But I don't know if they want the igniter or the guitar. Or if both work. I think I'm just gonna go with the igniter. Prosecutor Gavin, you remember this? Ah, that's that. That what? Wrong voice. That what? Is this another one of those newfangled phones? This is an igniter. What phone looks like this? Yeah, it looks more like a lighter than a... Igniter? You mean it's like a lighter? Yes, actually. You aren't saying this switch is a remote? I am. This is a remote trigger for an igniter. What? Look, I'll show you. Why did you do that while he was... Why did you not tell him to put his hands away from it? Mr. Judge, you will cease and desist from burning down this courtroom. Sorry, that was a bit more fire than I'd expected. If my whiskers had caught on fire... Prosecutor Gavin, let me repeat myself. This switch is a remote igniter trigger. Doesn't that suggest something to you? You're talking about what happened to me, aren't you? Ah, exactly. That night, at the concert, there was one unusual burst of flame. When your guitar caught fire in the middle of your performance. Wasn't that part of the stage show, though? Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware such a thing had been planned. And the guitar that burned was a valuable keepsake. That's right, he got it in Borginia from lamiroir. He said the sound was amazing, before it burned, of course. Now it just kind of smokes. The better the guitar, the brighter it burns. Her forehead. Yes? Don't tell me you're trying to tie these two things together? Those being the shooter's voice heard by lamiroir, and the guitar suddenly catching on fire? I am. It's really simple when you think about it. So, if the actual shooting happened... Odd. The actual shooting must have happened during the second performance, when lamiroir heard it. Because Maki said he was already dead. So... my whole illusion thing with people is not true. Because he was actually on stage in the third bit. But who would he have been talking to light the guitar on fire, and why? And why was lamiroir not on stage? Because then that means that she had to have been an illusion. This is all so weird. It's really simple when you think about it. Mr. Latouche and the shooter were at the crime scene. The shooter was wearing a headset. He ordered someone on stage to press the switch. The switch was pressed and the guitar caught fire. Well, that does seem to make sense. There's something about it that's bugging me. Can't quite put my finger on it. Really, it seems pretty simple to me. Fair forehead, don't destroy what little respect I have for you. I was expecting something a little more sensible. I guess I was wrong. I'm gonna beat this man up. What's this all about, Prosecutor Gavin? His simple story simply makes no sense. Think, that night my guitar caught fire, yes. The cause may have been this, indeed. However, the guitar caught fire during the second set. Ah, that's right, of course! The guitar caught fire during lamiroir's song. Indeed, yet the shooting happened during the third set. The two are utterly unrelated. Yes, that must have been what was bugging me. The whole premise for this is faulty. See, his story makes no sense. Are you sure? Are you sure about that? What exactly do you mean, Mr. Justice? Maybe it's not the premise for my explanation of the switch that's at fault. Maybe it's our premise for the entire case so far. What premise is this specifically? I'm glad you asked. I'm saying that maybe the killing didn't take place in the third act. What's this? But Detective Emma Skye heard shots and found the body. Not to mention me. Why would I, like, go against something that I witnessed unless, like, I was sure about it, you know? Like, all of this happened during the third act. Gunshots rang out, and according to his testimony, Maki was in that dressing room at the time. Where are you going with this, Mr. Justice? Stay with me, Your Honor. He also told us in his testimony. Namely, that the victim had already been shot. We all heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting. This is insane. Just before the shooting took place, the shooter was heard on his headset, telling someone to press the switch. Next moment, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flame. We know that a remote-triggered igniter was inside the guitar. From all these facts, we can draw only one conclusion. The crime did not take place during the third act, but during the ballad performance, the second act. What? Order, order, order! But that goes against the evidence. What does, Your Honor? This crime was carried out according to the lyrics of that song, yes? Hey, he's right, look! The bullet is supposed to come after the fire. You're thinking about it the wrong way, huh? Look, why would the shooter craft the events of that day to follow the lyrics anyway? Oh! It's an alibi. It's to kind of say, oh, well, it couldn't have happened before because it's oh my god, it's like the same as a case that I've seen before. I've seen this before, where it's following a thing specifically so that you assume the wrong thing. Remember what this was, if it was Danganronpa or if it was a different murder mystery. But I've seen this before. So it was Don Tigre. You know, adding another person to this case would make it, like, simpler, even. Because right now it's like, oh, he couldn't have been here at this time because he was here at this time. And it's like, what if one of them was just an imposter? Have you considered this? But no, I've definitely seen this before. Of following a story Oh, that's gonna bother me now that I can't remember. But doing a oh, was it? Wait. No, I don't know. I don't know. It's an awful lot of trouble to go through, with little merit for the person doing it. Well, I'm sure whoever it was had some reason. Yes, they did. A reason that made it advantageous to follow the lyrics. You're saying the order was reversed on purpose. Reverse? Prosecutor Gavin? If the criminal followed the lyrics strictly, then yes. The shooting would have had to come after the guitar burst into flame. Yet her forehead has raised another possibility. He's claiming that the bullet came not after but just before the fire. Couldn't have put it better myself. We were only meant to think that the shooting came after the guitar burst into flame. That was the criminal's objective. The crime followed the lyrics to a point, but that was the ruse. Why else would the killer risk discovery by moving the body? That too, yeah. That was the final touch to make us think he'd followed the lyrics the whole way. So we assume the order. That would explain this most unusual situation. It does. The killer changed the order of the events to create himself an alibi. In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, but not the second. I was hoping it would. Sadly, it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense at all. Oh, it sounds good, I'll give you that. You've given us a reason why the killer bothered following the lyrics of my song. But I question your logic. It's flawed from the very beginning. Flawed? Yes, a contradiction, her forehead, one I've pointed out several times, no less. The mirror. Not the mirror, the window. At the time of the crime, the small window at the scene was closed. How could Lemire have heard a voice through it? Oh. I know that you would like to divert our attention from this critical fact. But you're basing your entire line of reasoning on a false premise. Right. Lemire's testimony is my entire case. That voice she heard, the shooter's voice. Hold on. Yeah, we still haven't explained where the mirror was. Okay. Well, what if she couldn't hear it, Apollo? Look, what do we have? A man saying press the switch. And near the crime scene we have the switch. Jax is a remote trigger for an igniter. Last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. It can't all be coincidence, but how do I make it work? The headset. Was Lemire not also wearing a headset? Would she have not heard through the freaking... But then Gavin also would have heard it. Did he lose his? Is that why we found one on the ground? Was that his that got lost? That would make sense, I think. Right? How do I make it work? I see a more direct line of questioning is required. When the crime scene was investigated immediately after the crime, that window was closed. Care to tell us how Lemire heard the voice? A key point, to be sure. Mr. Justice, can you explain this to the court? Okay, Justice, you've got one thing to prove and one thing only. Lemire heard a voice. And she heard it during the second set. Think, how was Lemire able to hear the voice? Well, I feel like it's gotta be she was somewhere else. Why would she? Because I don't know if she has divine hearing, could let me go through the headset logic that I've got now. Or if it's gonna be like, that's stupid. How is that possible? I think it, like, because it's the only this is just, he's just gonna say, I already have said that that's not possible. This is gonna be like, that's a stupid thing to say. So this is gonna actually lead to something else. Even if it's wrong, we can at least, like, check what the options are for where else she would. When we investigated the scene, the window was closed. The shooter had no reason to close it had it been open either. Meaning, it was impossible to hear the voice through that window. Oh, it's good to hear you making sense again. For a moment, I was afraid you might be a Borginian too. Don't be rude to the Borginians. As I was saying, Lemire could not hear the voice through that window. So, there can be only one explanation. Hear the voice from another location entirely. Oh. If there was another place that the shooting happened, that also could have been. I don't know if it's saying that she was in a different place or the shooting was in a different. Well, I think it was saying that she was in a different. I don't know. But why would she lie about where she was? That's so weird. What's this? You do amuse me so. Yet here I thought you and Good Sense were back on speaking terms. Now I'm afraid you and Good Sense speak two entirely different languages. Why are you like this? Why do you insist on making a fool of me? Shall I interpret for you, Herr Forehead? Lemire clearly stated she heard the voice through that small window. She's blind! I'm an idiot! She's blind. If she's by herself, how does she even know where she is? She's not lying. She was under the wrong impression. Okay. And there's only one small window at the scene. Are you sure? Think about it. Isn't there another small window at the scene? Is there another small window at the scene? Bruh. The vent? I don't freaking know. There is? Ah, I know that look. He wants us to ask him. Very well, you claim Lemire heard the voice from another location. Mr. Justice, show us where this location was. Oh no! Heard the voice from where? Are you really saying she was in the vents? Mirror vented sus. I really wish. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. I don't want this to be true. Was I in the right place? I hope that, like, this is where Lemire heard the voice. But that's no small window. That's the air vent. Ugh. What did she tell us? She said she's a Borginian, unfamiliar with our language. Not a stretch to imagine that she called this air vent a small window. Now you've done it. You've gone beyond ridiculous and into ludicrous. Lemire was up in the ventilation system, listening to this man's voice? That's the only logical explanation, yes. I don't think it's logical. I don't think it's logical. I don't think this follows any kind of logic. I'm lost. I'm lost. That's a... That's brilliant. Isn't that Princess Bride reference? Is Princess Bride? I don't know when that movie came out. I guess it was before 2007. Oh, excuse me. Jesus Christ. Logical? I do not think this word means what you think it means, Hair Forehead. Okay, what about it isn't logical? Ha! It hardly merits saying. Why would lamiroir be in the ventilation system? About 20 years before this game. Oh my god. Like, I genuinely... To be fair, I've only watched like the first 2/3 of The Princess Bride. But also, I fully did not know that. It seems like more recent, I guess. Why would lamiroir be in the ventilation system? Hiding like a rat. No offense intended to her, of course. The explanation for that is simple, Prosecutor Gavin. Isn't it, lamiroir? You've been listening to our discussion here, yes? Yes. It's had me quite confused since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed. Why should that mean I could not hear through it? Right, because even if the vent is closed, it's still got... I feared our prosecutor might himself need an interpreter. The problem here is words. Lamiroir, this small window through which you heard the voice. Hello, it is you. Was it up high on the ceiling of the room, not low on the wall? All you need to know is that lamiroir vented and is sus. Unfortunately, but I'm already like having such a hard time with this case. Yes, it was up on the ceiling. What? Order, order, order. I will have order. Witness, you will clarify this statement to the court. Are you, in fact, saying that you were up above the ceiling of the room, and that's where you heard the moment of the crime? Yes, in fact, I was. Sorry, I never imagined it would become such an important point. Yes, well, why the heck were you up there? I believe it's time for another testimony. I'm not sure I can't. You have to, my dude. May I remind you that this is a murder trial. We will hear your testimony. Tell us why you witnessed the crime from above the ceiling of the room. Please. Does this have to do with the magic trick? Is it gonna be like, in order to do the magic trick, she had to go through the vents? I'm gonna be so mad. I wildly swing between, I really like this case, it's kind of cool, I like the characters, and why is she in the vents? Well, looks like I'm on the right track. Yes, I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice. Oh, the vents are like way bigger than I expected too. Okay. I had heard that there was a small window there before. It was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I heard. Oh, that's why she was like, oh, I was going from one place to another. Okay. As to why I was there, I cannot say. I am bound to secrecy on this matter. Yeah, the freaking... It's the magic... Stop! It's nothing like Among Us. I don't know what you're talking about. Bound to secrecy. My line of work, one has many obligations to uphold. But you say you were in the middle of your performance. So, did this happen during the second set? I did not witness the crime, you must understand. I only know what I heard. Yes, but you must tell us what you were doing in detail. That's what the cross-examination is for, yeah, Hair Forehead? Our mission in this court is to discern the truth. No obligation, no binding pact may hinder that mission. I mean, it's also, like, so obvious when she's like, oh, I was bound to secrecy. Like, I wonder which thing bound her to secrecy. It must have been the guy that told us he had made a secret pact with the girl to not tell how the magic works. Okay. Mr. Justice, you may begin your cross-examination. Oh, what are you gonna do, Apollo? I'm gonna find out the truth. He was up above that ceiling for a reason. I just have to get it out of her. Cool. Great. Cool. Yes, I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice. Heard there was a small window there before. It was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard. As to why I was there, I cannot say. Bound to secrecy on this matter. I mean, can I just, like, present? Because it's like... I assume this is... this. This bit. I skipped to the right. Yeah. Just don't know if I can just like present it. And that the timing would line up. That's such a fast. She would have to be like freaking sprinting. I don't know if that's exactly what it wants us to do though. Like, yeah, she could have freaking... But that's so far. And she's blind. That's... I think that's what I have to present, but I'm not quite sure. I also don't know if they want it on... It's probably this one, right? Lamira, truth be told, the reason for your presence above that ceiling is quite clear. Especially when you consider what happened during your performance. Okay. What happened? Yes, it's all right here on this video. Gotcha. Now we're gonna go through the thing that I just, played for you guys. While I was making sure. This song is not that good, to be honest. Yeah. I mean, it would be better if, like... They obviously don't have voice acting in this game, but, like, if they had gotten a vocalist to come in and sing, it might have been a little better, but, like... I can't... I was, like, trying to hum it myself, and the lyrics are they, like, show up slightly after the note that would make sense for them to be on. So I couldn't really sing along. And obviously they're not gonna hire a vocalist, but like, especially since localization, and but it also just doesn't fit how the game usually goes. Anyway, I think it would be cool with a vocalist. They just don't have one. As we can see, Lamira was clearly not on stage for her entire performance. Though it saddens me to be so realistic, Lamira is incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleportation. So the only explanation is that she was hidden from view. During that time, she moved to the back of the forum. Apollo! What, Trucy? It's not nice to reveal a magician's secrets, and it's against the rules. But I'm a lawyer, not a magician. I'm not supposed to be nice. This is all very fascinating. But how is it possible? There's only 20 seconds between when she disappears and reappears. You couldn't have moved that fast. Is something wrong, Prosecutor Gavin? This was his concert, his show. He knows how the illusion was performed. Okay. I didn't realize he also knew and was just like keeping it from us because he's difficult. Aha! He's just realizing his own oversight. Yeah, idiot. Let's look at the cross-section diagram again. Here we can trace a route through the ceiling. It goes from the stage through the backstage to the rear of the forum. Ah! Follow Mirror's testimony from yesterday. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. You went from the stage to the backstage exit. A perfect description of this route above the ceiling. Mirror knew of this because of her part in the illusion. She wasn't the only one who knew. What? It's now in the lobby. Maki told me something. I know. Oh, yeah. I know. I know if I open an event, I can leave stage and backstage. Oh, by the way, Maki can, like, speak English. He just lied. Not well, but enough to lie. Enough to lie in court and commit perjury. I can leave stage and backstage. He said that? Oh, were you not informed, Prosecutor Gavin? Got his ass. I knew about the Vanishing Act, of course. Yet I had no idea of the route that would be used. Why didn't that magician tell me? Magicians only reveal details of their acts on a need-to-know basis. They're the bread and butter of a magician's life, you know? I'm sorry. That message in chat just, like, absolutely floored me. Because it was so out of nowhere. Can a centaur ride a horse? I don't know. Why are you asking me? Which is why he bound Lemire to secrecy. Well, Lemire? Trust, Mr. Attorney. Lucky was right about you. So, what does this mean? Are you saying that you used this route for above the ceiling? Wondered your opinion. I don't have one. I don't think about that. I did. Well, that's that. But I'm still a little confused. Why is that, Your Honor? As I said before. There was very little time between when she disappeared and reappeared. 20 seconds tops. How could she do it so fast? Especially if she stopped to hear the shooter's voice. That's a good question. Can the witness explain this to the court? I cannot. Very well, Mr. Justice. Yes? It's all up to you. Do your thing. I'm a lawyer, not a magician! Stop! What thing, Your Honor? You need to explain how Lemire was able to teleport like she did. Or I'm throwing your case out with the bathwater. Why? She literally admitted to that being the trick. Is that not enough for you? Ah! Why do I get picked on? It's Lemire who isn't going along with the program here. As I have stated before, I am not at liberty to speak of the illusion that night in detail. Then you'll just have to tell us what you can. We'll hear your testimony on this. Mr. Justice, it will be your job to wring the truth out of her. Yes, if you would, please. Right. Feel like a student before finals. Me today. Good luck, Apollo! Big illusion. I followed the route exactly as I was instructed. There's an emergency exit and backstage, where a stagehand waited. From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side of the stage. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. That's long. I was on my way when I heard the voice. 2 minutes, you say? The mystery deepens. I suppose it was too much to hope that the judge would just come up with something. As does my curiosity. Take it away, Mr. Justice. Right, Your Honor. All I have to do is find the contradiction between what Lamira is saying and what we can see plainly in the video. I figured it out already. I am a magician after all. Well, tell me! Not a chance. I can't reveal another magician's secrets. Come on! Hey, you're supposed to be on my side here. Yeah, it's really useful that Trucy is a magician. Except for the fact that she's a magician. Alright, obviously gonna press that. 2 minutes. Yes, it can be done in 1 minute if you are running. Running? Is in that cramped, dark tunnel above the ceiling? Mr. Attorney, have you forgotten? Dark or lit, it makes no difference to me. Ah, that's true, but... So you're saying that on the night of the concert, you made the trip in 2 minutes? Yes, yes, though I nearly didn't make it in time. You see, I stopped halfway. The mirror disappears on the video for 20 seconds, but she says she made the trip in 2 minutes. How? If you want my professional opinion, I'll bet the answer's right there in that video. Well, Mr. Justice, perhaps you have some evidence for us? Something that can explain the discrepancy between the video and her testimony? Ah! Evidence explaining the discrepancy. I have to do this immediately? I'm gonna watch the video again. This song isn't even 2 minutes long. Sorry, you can just mute it for this part. It's just me. I'm so sorry. There's nothing. Wait, hold on. I can't even, the angle's not right, so I can't tell. There's nothing! I don't get it! Take this, since or if you're on 3DS, why during cross-exam? Allows priests to control them. I am using an emulator. So I don't know if it works with emulator. But that is really funny. We're trying to figure out how Lemire could cross the stage in 20 seconds instead of 2 minutes. It does work, but you probably haven't set it up. Right, yeah. I have had to set up the microphone for the, like, the dusting, the fingerprint dusting. So I do have a button that does that. But I don't know if that's the same thing. There's probably, like, because I have a config up here, I could... That's, like, you've done the exact thing that will, like, completely distract me from, like, I'm, like, trying to figure out this thing in the case, and you've given me a little interesting tidbit, and I'm, like, immediately distracted. Goodbye. I don't know. I don't know. I genuinely, I really don't know. There's like, I could throw some evidence at it. I could throw the videotape at it again. I could throw... this at it. Because I still want to know what this is for. What is this? I don't know. I don't know. I'm so mad. I don't know. There's one piece of evidence that explains the discrepancy between the video and the testimony. There's not, though. We'll try it. Aha, so this is it? The magical key to unlocking the illusion's dark secret? Tell us how it works, quickly, I can't bear the suspense. Kind of hoping someone else would jump in at this point. Well, you see... No, Judge, I do hate to spoil the mood, but I haven't the faintest idea what he's talking about. Neither does he. I'm a little confused too there, Apollo. Great, by which I conclude that I was wrong. Better look next time, Pollywog? Mr. Justice. I'm holding you responsible for spoiling my mood. He is in the video somewhere, I'm sure of it, but there isn't! I'm so stressed. He just called you a frog, okay. Unraveling an illusion can't be so different from solving a normal case, right? Sorry, Apollo, I'm not telling, not even if you make those puppy dog faces. Fine, fine. I don't get it. I sincerely do not understand. I think I know what they're talking about. It can't, like, when I get it, it's gonna be so easy. But I'm so, like... Go through it. That's not gonna be it. Oh, I was thinking about this. I love this speed up, it makes me laugh. We'll try this. I like there's a thing that's just shut up. I don't know why that's a... I could also just try saying there's no evidence. What kind of evidence could prove that? What did Trucy want from Emma? I don't remember, honestly. She wanted to eat some fruit from that basket. I remember that because I clicked on that basket accidentally like 6 times. What is this even? Where's he went from? Don't remember. I'll try the little headset thing. I don't think that's gonna give me anything. No. I guess I'll go through this. What kind of evidence could prove that? What's your professional opinion about this one? Sorry, I don't work in evidence. I don't work in tricks. I'm an attorney, not a magician, for crying out loud. Really? I'm sure Dad would have loved working on this. Thanks, that makes me feel so much better. Well, I don't know about all of you, but I found this mystery fascinating, and I'm not letting this trial go any further until we get to the bottom of it. I guess I could just, like, press other... Emma called Trucy cute when she said she couldn't have... I don't remember that at all. I wish I could. My memory's... ass. I'm just gonna press everything that she said. How did you proceed along this route? How? Why, I walked. But you arrived behind the forum much too fast to have been walking. Tell the truth, Lemire. You rode some kind of vehicle. What? A vehicle? What vehicle? Ah, what a novel idea. I like it. Hey, that's not a bad guess. Wrong, but not bad. Haha, yes. Laugh at the dumb attorney. I don't mind. I'm sorry, but the girl is right. The vent is much too small for vehicles. It was a tight fit. Even I had to crouch as I walked. I cannot imagine a vehicle that could fit such a tight space. Wasn't a vehicle. You've been going there for a while, Mr. Justice. Too bad. Ready for the next part? Why do I feel like I'm on some kind of quiz show? Did everyone on the concert staff know about the trick? Not all. Only a few that were needed to help. See? Like I said, it's on a need-to-know basis. So not many people knew about the trick. What were these stagehands required to do? We'll need to open the emergency exit. The door to the stairs was locked, but once they're there, one can enter the form on the opposite side of the stage. So when you came back out, you were behind the audience. Yes, that is how it worked. Not a bad show, if I do say so myself. That's Uncle Valen for you, the old grammary touch. But on the video, you were only gone for 20 seconds. How is that possible? That's the part I don't get either. Yes, it would be hard to go so far in only 20 seconds. How did you prove Lemire went backstage before you knew where she was truly? I mean, yeah, her brooch, but like... How would that relate to her, how does that relate to where she is? Like, how she moved. That doesn't make any sense. Find out. Yeah, I get, like... I also have no idea if I have to, like, press through this in order to... Why does that work? Why does that work? That makes me so upset. Because I, like... I was like... I knew we found that, and that was how we figured out that she was, like, in the dressing room around the time of the crime. And I even was, like, looking for that on the video. But I didn't see it at the end of the video, so I didn't think it mattered. Lamira, do you happen to remember this brooch? Aha, the brooch. We saw that yesterday. Did we not? It was found at the scene, Your Honor. You're bringing this up now. Why? Thought we had already determined when that was dropped? So did I, but we hadn't. Take another look at the video. I also just, yeah, because I can see it on the video. Here you can see she's wearing the brooch. So if she is, let's look a bit later. I can't see anything there. I thought that was just the angle. Oh. No, we're watching this again. This is making me so upset. It's cut off there. It's cut off. It's cut off. That's not fair. Oh, that makes me really upset. Oh. I even thought about that. I was like, is the brooch different between, but I was like, no, you can't see it. Oh, that's infuriating. Okay, the brooch is gone. What? Yes. The brooch disappeared in the short space of 20 seconds. And it takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. Which means there can only be one explanation. The Lamira we see before the vanishing act and the Lamira we see after are two different people. Does something else seem off about her song? Okay, because I was kind of sitting, I was like, for the past like 3 weeks I've been playing this game, and every time I'm like, I think there's a projection. Instead of a projection, I assume it's two different people. They're both like real people, but one of them is stand-in? Yeah, imposter. Oh my god, there's an imposter and she went through the vent. There's an imposter and she vented. I'm so mad. This game sucks. That's so stupid. That does explain, like, there's only one brooch, so, or maybe there were two brooches, but one of them already had lost. And, I keep talking about this. The song was pre-recorded, and I wasn't sure if that was gonna be, like, how did she... I wasn't sure how that was gonna come up, but I figured it was gonna... Okay. Two different people. What? What? The brooch was found on the floor of the crime scene. Not just on the floor, but on the floor directly beneath the air vent. That's not... That is also not directly beneath the air vent. But okay. Lemire, tell me. Did you drop the brooch on your way from the stage to the backstage? At the very moment you witnessed the crime? Yes, I think I did. This is... Oh, order! Prosecutor Gavin! From your expression, I gather you had no idea this was the case, Herr Judge. I, of course, knew about it. You... asshole. What? Don't get me wrong, I wasn't hiding it. It just never occurred to me. But the switch and the shooting took place at the same time. So, I was right. There was a switch. There was. The phrasing of that also, there was a switch. And when we were just talking about, like, physical switch, a trigger. Anyway, just before the stage's tower rose, Lamira was replaced. While we're on the subject, just who was this replacement Lamira? Why, the man behind the illusion. Balance. Oh! Huh. That explains why we kept, like, seeing him backstage, but it was like he would show up and then disappear. Okay, the man behind the illusion, Valiant Grammar. Wait, I'm confused about the mixboard. If we heard the song off there for a second or something, I thought of something that would have made the case go factor. It wasn't. This was the third song. The video is of the second song. This is about this is Guilty Love. And it was used when we were like, we were figuring out. Was it? Yeah. That he messed up. That Darian messed up. So they're... And it's like, it's probably not even, like, that important, but I keep bringing it up because I'm like, when is it going to be important? It was so weird and out of nowhere that Clavier was like, you messed up during the performance. And I was like, I don't care. Why are you making us deal with this? Anyway, it was Grammary? That's quite the illusion, but I still don't get one thing. Yes? The switch happened before the tower rose, correct? So you weren't on stage. That's right. But this, fake Lamir is still singing, yeah. Okay, so the game wanted to be mean, so we couldn't win fast. Clavier thinks he's so slick. Yeah, I mean, that's what makes the case a case. And she's pretty good. That's true. Come on, Apollo. That's an easy one. They were just playing a recording. The Gaviners are on some kind of air guitar band, Fraulein. Oh, you mean I'm wrong? When we play a show live, we play live, no recording. Perhaps you can explain the mirror? Very well. Yes, do tell, and add it to your testimony. I had to keep singing even while I moved. Oh. Oh. Can we... Okay. You were singing? Yes. Mr. Gavin expressed a dislike for recording. So I used this. Wait, so you were singing the whole time? Even when you were crawling above the ceiling toward the backstage? Would they have not heard you through the vent? I mean, I guess... But, like, yeah, why would Darian take the risk of doing the murder if he could hear her in the vent above him? So, anyway. Why should it matter where I sing? Where I go is the same darkness. It's hard to sing when you're moving. But if you were singing while you were walking. That's right. Wouldn't the shooter and the victim have heard? Yeah. She was singing right over their heads after all. That is right. Are you sure? You'd have to be pretty hard of hearing to miss someone singing in the ceiling. But he could also hear her over the speaker. That's true, yeah. Once again, we come back to the state of the scene of the crime. What state? I know what he means. That old speaker, Apollo. The speaker? Right, yeah. The speaker was blaring at the time of the murder. Ah, that's for monitoring the stage from this room. Monitoring? It pipes in a real-time feed of the stage microphone. Useful for knowing when your set is coming up. Satisfied? That dressing room is fitted with a large speaker playing a direct feed from the stage. My request, actually. So Lamir singing in the ceiling sounded just like Lamir singing over a speaker. Ingenious. Her voice was hidden by her voice. Lamir? I I've just remembered something. Do tell. When I heard the noise, the gunshots, yes? It startled me, so I... So you... Right. This is where it finally comes in! Okay. I stopped singing. What? I forgot the words I was supposed to sing. The song stopped. Thankfully, it was the very beginning of the second verse, so not many would notice. Woo! Finally! Forehead, that mixing board I lent you, where is it? The mixing, huh? That machine, Apollo, the one that breaks music into tracks. The one that breaks music. Or, oh, this, I'd completely forgotten about it. Not me. Apparently, I remember this, like, weird one thing. I can't remember what, I gotta go now. I'll see you later. Have a good one. Yeah, I can't remember what Trucy wanted from Emma. Can't remember that Trucy wanted the friggin' brooch or whatever. I can remember the freaking... yeah. See ya. Take a listen. Oh, I'm not allowed to mess with these right now? Do we have to listen to the entire song again? Yeah, we do. Okay. That's unfortunate. The song does stop there. It does? I must have missed it. Look at the lyric sheet. At the top of the second verse. See where it says pleasure, pleasure. Now listen again. Oh! Yeah, it is two pleasures. She only sings it once. Freaking... Of all the things. And it's also, like, conveniently the one word that she says twice anyway, so it doesn't make any difference to the audience unless you're looking really closely at the freaking lyrics sheet. Oh, God. It's so silly. It's so silly. Okay. I believe we are guilty of making a terrible mistake. The crime didn't happen during the third set. It happened during the second, during Lamir's ballad. If that is true, then no one on stage during the second set could have been the shooter. Which means that Darian Crescent could have done it, and Maki could not have done it, because he was on stage. He wasn't on stage for the second set. Well, Prosecutor Gavin? Fascinating. Don't believe I've ever seen a trial turned around quite so thoroughly. Yet one problem remains. What is that, Prosecutor Gavin? Do tell. It's not like we haven't gone through enough problems already. What's one more? Herr Forehead's theory does have a certain kind of logic to it. It is entirely based upon Lamir's testimony. Yes? Is there a problem with this? Well, it's quite simple, though it pains me to say it. What if she's lying to protect the defendant? But you have no proof. All I'm saying is that the truth is as yet unclear. Until we hear directly from the man himself. The man? You don't mean... Yes. Though he is a friend and a band member, Darian Crescent must take the stand. See no other way. As someone with a new perspective on the case? As a suspect, to be frank. Oh, this is exciting. Finally, The rat is coming out of his hole. Mean. And I'm ready to catch him. Darian Crescent, get ready for justice. This is as good a time as any for... This is as good a time as any to pause for a brief recess. The prosecution will summon the witness. Have him here and ready by the time we begin. I'm the last man who needs to be reminded of what his duties are. Very well, court is adjourned for a 15-minute recess. I don't know how much longer this is gonna be, but I do kind of wanna, keep going for the night, but I do want to take a break if I don't, like, stop. So I think I'm gonna come back. I think I'm just gonna, like, be right back, and we'll keep going, and we'll finish this case tonight. But I do need to stop for a little bit, at least. Just, like, thrown off by the, like, saving, because that implies that it's much longer than I expect. But yeah, I'll keep going. I'll be fine. Alright. Alright. 5 minutes. Get some water, use the bathroom, etc. Alright, I'm back. I live. Still here. That was long. Oh, hello? I think my noise gate is on a little bit too. Quite tell, because I'm stupid with audio. But, yeah, I don't know, it just feels weird. Anyway. Gosh, this whole case is, like, kind of overwhelming. It's fun, though. It's fun. Going over some stuff in my head. about other stuff. Said before. Hey, internet. Hello. I'm also like upset that that's like catchy enough to get stuck in my head. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, it's fine. It's all fine, and I'm not overthinking anything. I would never overthink. That's just not my style. I don't know what you're talking. Okay. I'm good. I'm good. I'm back to being alive. I'm alive. I'm good at the video game. We're gonna play the video game. We're calling Daria into the stand, and this is probably this seems like it would be like the last thing that would happen in the case, and it'll be relatively straightforward, and we can just get on with our lives. But no, it's gonna be like another million hours of back and forth with this evil, evil man. Apollo, I can't believe it. It really happened during the second act? And right in the middle of Lamira's performance? Why she was in that air vent. And that switch in the flaming guitar. When you link it all together, that's what you end up with. Phoenix? I knew you had what it took. Phoenix! Ah, Dad! Horse has 6 limbs. Is it an insect? Horse does not have 6 limbs. I think you meant a centaur. I think you meant a centaur. Horse has 4 limbs. I'm like pretty sure. Why are you on a centaur kick tonight? What's up with you? Why are you thinking about centaurs? And no. I've been deep in this hole, so I'm sorry if brain not work. D&D. Ah, fair enough. I think there are more defining things to insects than 6 limbs. It's like saying... It's like the thing that happened with Diogenes and, humans. Featherless bipedal. When does centaur have 2 hearts? Is there a living thing with 2 hearts? Also, like, all that you're proving is not that, like... It's just that centaurs are not designed to be realistic. You can try to... But, like, when you start thinking about vampires being realistic, like... Oh, there's a lot of... You have to suspend your disbelief a little bit, I think. But I'm glad you're having fun. What was your question earlier about centaurs? Can a centaur ride a horse? I think they could. I don't think... Is it moral for a centaur to ride a horse? Is a centaur the child of a horse and a human, or the child of 2 centaurs? And centaurs just already existed. Octopus can have 2 hearts. Okay, so if an octopus can have 2 hearts, then a centaur can have 2 hearts, so yes. They would have 2 hearts. My only question was if that was not a thing that living creatures could do for some reason, then I would say no. But I just didn't know if there was an example of a creature with 2 hearts. I'm gonna get back to the video game because I'm really excited because Phoenix Wright is here and I love him so much. I think centaurs are just a thing. True. A lot of things are just a thing. Unlike a minotaur, which has a very icky mythological origin. Yeah, yeah. I just, like, some people are like, yeah, so I'm a centaur, my parents are a horse and a human, and that is bad. Simply just don't do that. Anyway, Mr. Wright, you believed in me? Aw. Oh. Not really. Huh? I just thought I'd make a cooler entrance than say, hiya. Why do I even bother hoping? Where have you been lately, Dad? You haven't been coming to the office in at all. Ah, sorry about that, Trucy. I'm on a secret mission. Secret? You mean like you're undercover? Like Mr. Latouche, only shorter and not as well dressed? Oh no, what if you're shot too, Dad? Would I do a thing like that to you? Is he just saying like he's not gonna be shot by power of will? Okay. Anyway, I'm off for a while again. Huh? You're leaving? Oh, one thing before I go. What? Good luck. Right. Reassuring. Oh. Did I... What did he say there? Missed that. Go back. Missed it. What did he... I have to figure it out. That's how I've managed to not get shot so far. True. I also... I'm so mad because it's not, like, easy to go back on a Twitch VOD. But I also super don't want to... I'm gonna be really annoyed. No, don't play the audio out loud, please. God. I fully can't even see it in the VOD. This sucks. Everyone take a quick intermission while I freaking slow down this VOD to, like, the shortest possible, or the slowest possible speed so I can... Because now I've started trying to look for it. Can't exactly, like, stop. Oh, it's just Apollo saying, That's all you missed, is Apollo saying, What was Phoenix saying? Well, that's a damn shame. I've become an idiot. What an anticlimax. You're right. Is that all you came to say? I think you have things pretty much under control. You'll get Maki Tube off the hook, no doubt. Yeah, but you're after that detective, aren't you? Guardian Crescent. Won't be easy proving he did it. Especially not under the current court system. The current court system? What did Prosecutor Gavin say during the trial? Your case is based on one fragile assumption. Namely, that our Diva Divine is telling the truth. What about all the proof? The brooch and the switch? A piece of jewelry and a lyrical blunder. There are plenty of other ways to explain these things. The flaming guitar, too. All because you lack definitive proof of their connection to the case. But if the sultry songstress is lying, your case melts like butter in a frying pan, leaving behind the faintly scent of failure. You're almost as bad as freaking Kristoff was in the first case with his weird descriptions. So what do? Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Ah! Oh, that reminds me. I have something to give you from our detective friend. Detective Sky Emma? Let's see. This bag of snacks here was meant for me. Ah, here it is. What are those, Dad? They don't look like very good snacking material. They were found at the scene. Analysis of the fragments revealed traces of gunpowder. Gunpowder? Probably a firecracker or something similar like the ones kids are into these days. Oh. Old. These fragments were found under the sofa at the scene of the crime, actually. Under the sofa? Hey, Apollo! That's where we found that little device thingy. Right, this. Well, finally some evidence that makes sense. Burnt fragments. Yeah, I can't tell what it is. Okay, that's all for me, I suppose. You after the verdict, maybe. Breaking him in half. Soda can. That's what it looks like, but like... Because it's like that color, right? No, but it's like a tube. Small gun. I know. Like, it's got... It was weird. Almost looks like bone. Which is... unsettling. I'm sure we'll figure it out. Right. Every man has an igniter inside him. Excuse me? Find Darian Crescent's igniter and set it off. He walked out the door just like a magician, normally. What does he want us to do? No conventional methods? What does that mean? It means we have to perceive, Trucy. It means we have to use the mechanic that this game keeps making us use, which is really weird and unsettling. Every time. Guess we just have to take his advice and hope it I guess we just have to take his advice and hope it makes sense when the time comes. I guess. We're almost at the finish line. Hang in there, Trucy. Ah! Drop my pen. July 10th, 2 p.m. Courthouse. Courtroom. Number 3. Whatever. Ah, yes, my favorite Phoenix Wright quote. Everyone is flammable if you run enough sticks next to them. I don't think that's what he meant, but okay. Court is now back in session. Prosecutor Gavin, where's Detective Crescent? In the witness lounge, ready to be called at any time. Very well. Might I add, I don't believe any of it. Darian was the first detective I ever worked with. We stopped working together when we moved to Criminal Affairs Division 3. But his guitar playing, it fires my imagination. That's nice. But has nothing to do with the matter at hand. Correct? Oh, I know. Her forehead. Men. I missed that one too! Something calling a witness to the stand. I don't care enough anymore. Detective Darian Crescent. This man and his horrible hair back once again. Unfortunately. Name and occupation, please. Darian Crescent. I keep forgetting what the fucking accent is. Darian Crescent, Detective Criminal Affairs, Division 3. That's the International Affairs Division, for those of you who don't know. It doesn't even cover it. This is gonna be like the last time we even see him. And I kept forgetting to, like, mess with his sprites, so I guess we just have to deal with this nonsense. And I'm a guitarist for the Governors. Maybe you've heard of us? Do you fully understand the circumstances under which you stand before us today? Yeah, I understand, Your Honor. What I don't understand is how you let this happen, partner. You gave me your word I wouldn't be standing here. The situation's changed, Darian, and don't call me partner. Damn. Heh, so much for old friends. This is hell. Let's see. Is there a better way for me to do this? Sorry, I'm moving stuff. Sorry, it's like every time I move the emulator, it decides that, it's gonna stop the music. I see what you're doing, Darian. You're pressing the prosecution. Your Honor, if we could begin the trial? Yes, it's high time we did. Let's hear your testimony. You may begin with your response to Lamir's testimony, if in fact you have anything to say about it. Oh, I got plenty to say. Lying must be a national pastime in Borginia. Shit. Can I, like, move this out? No. And wherever you're from, Mr. Justice, ha. Conventional methods are out the window, huh? Here goes nothing! The diva's lying, plain and simple. She got nothing to back up her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. She forgot the words because she heard gunshots, as if. Didn't Detective Emma Scott hear those gunshots during the third set anyway? I'm so stupid! I was like, how did they make the other gunshots? How did they freaking other gunshots when the bits recording of the gunshot? It's because there was a whole ass firecracker in the furious. Didn't Detective Emma Scott hear those gunshots in the third set anyway? The shooting took place when I was on stage, man. So you claim Lamir's testimony was a lie? Hey, don't get me wrong, I dig what she's doing, try to protect that kid. And she's got the court eating the vague statements out of her hand just because she's blind. Yeah, that's... yeah, not a great thing to say. You go too far, Darian. Look, all I'm saying is you've got a reliable witness. Why not listen to the detective? he looks like if Bullet Bill from Mario put on the super crown also from Mario and became a real boy. I bet you someone's made fan art of that. Actually. That's literally exactly what it looks like. Anyway. Detective Sky? I see. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. You didn't waste any time finding our weak spot. I can't do this with Lamir's testimony alone. I'll have to find some other way to prove when the shooting took place. So the bracelet's not on. Can I just, like, already present this gun cracker? Gun cracker? Hello? It's not a firecracker. But it's like... I feel like that's, like, the first thing I should do. It's, like, so obvious. Yeah. Some things were found at the crime scene after yesterday's trial. What things? The first was this small device. Sorry. That's the remote triggered igniter. Correct. And one more thing. What are those? The remains of something burnt? Not another guitar, I hope. Traces of gunpowder were found on these fragments. We have a report that it was something like a firecracker. Eh? How did Gavin know about this? Yeah, I love that, Gavin already knew, but it took Phoenix Wright bringing them here to let us present them. Because Gavin would have just kept that a secret, apparently. What? You think Detective Sky works for you? I received the report this morning before coming here. That's when I made my decision, actually. What decision is this, Prosecutor Gavin? I registered Darian as a witness in today's trial. I knew it! I knew! He's sneaky. But I like him. I do like him a lot. Just in case. This raises another possibility. Those gunshot-like sounds during the third set. Could have been 2 firecrackers rigged to go off by remote control. Does his hair go down the back? You got an active imagination, don't you? But you shouldn't say every little thing you think. Your explanation there seems a bit too convenient to me. How so? So you're saying these firecrackers just happened to go off, right when 2 witnesses came walking by? Ha! They were obviously done with the switch. That's right. Darian was out on stage when it happened, Apollo. How would he know someone was backstage right then? He did it when this went off. Oh, it's changed to... Can I not change the song? Why is it moved to Guitar Serenade and I can't change it back now? Piss. Mirrors? Anyway. Oh, is that how he would have seen someone backstage? I don't know. But he definitely did it. He definitely had the switch on stage and pressed it, igniting the firecrackers, which is when he messed up in the song. But he wouldn't have known someone was backstage. Unless he could hear. Unless he could hear through the earpiece. You know what it freaking was? It's probably... So we still haven't addressed why that earpiece was on the ground outside Lamir's dressing... Lamir's dressing room. If a firecracker goes off in the forest and there's no one there to hear, you get my drift. Why go through the trouble, man? How do I explain this? You may not look it, but Darian is a gifted detective. Yeah, he sure doesn't look it. How do you freaking detective his hair? Hold on. He's a detective, but he can't detect that his hair looks stupid. I'm trying. Show any weakness, and he's sure to find it. He may not look it, partner? Gee, thanks, man. You don't. Your hair looks stupid as hell. Got him, yeah. That reminds me. I happened to pass through that very hallway several times that day myself. And I saw something odd there just before the third set. I freaking told you! Something odd? A headset. Kind all of the band and staff members were wearing. That's right. We picked this up in front of the door to that dressing room. What if that headset wasn't dropped, but placed? And what if it was turned on? You could hear what was going on in that hallway, even if you were out on stage. Yeah, that's down the back. That's so weird. Anyway, fair. Whose side are you on, Gavin? Listen to me, Dorian. There are no sides in a court of law. Love him. I love him. I'm obsessed with this man. Anyway, which is why I now turn to you, Hair Forehead. Got a question for you. Huh? For me? I mean, yeah, technically there are sides in a court of law. The prosecution and the defense. But I like his attitude. I like his attitude. The igniter and the burnt fragments that were found at the scene of the crime. Certainly a possibility they were part of a ruse to fake the sound of gunshots. Throw the headset from the hallway into the mix and you could fabricate an alibi. But we're still no closer to proving anything. Those gunshots might have been real or fake. I can't say. You've raised the possibility that the shots heard during the third set were faked. Now you need to prove the other half of the case. The other half? Look, I'll just tell him. He wants you to prove that things went down in the second act, while our little piano player was on stage. That right, Gavin? Indeed. You can't prove that. Then to continue this cross-examination would be pointless. Well, Mr. Justice, can you prove the crime took place during the second set? My goofy voice is like somewhere in between prepubescent boy and, or not prepubescent, but pubescent boy and southern and goofy, but it's not any of them. Yeah, I think. You better know, Apollo, otherwise we're through. It can be proven. You make it sound like someone else is gonna come along and do it for you. I will prove it. Let us continue with the cross-examination then, shall we? Witness your testimony if you would. This isn't gonna be easy. I need some decisive proof and fast. You ready, kid? 'Cause I am. It's like, I don't know what proof they want, because we've kind of already presented a lot. It's like, what exactly do you want me to present? The brooch again? haven't gotten to the incuritis bit. Clearly that's gonna come up, I think. I mean, might as well present the frickin' brooch again, right? Stop crunching. Never mind. I also hate that we have to, like, look at this hair while we try and figure it out. Yeah, I know you hate looking at his hair. The gunshots, yeah. Need proof. We need to prove the shooting took place during the same set. Well, if you know how to do that, I'm all ears. Maybe the gunshots are the key after all. Well, Lamira said she heard them, right? Right in the middle of her illusion when she was up above the ceiling. And she forgot the words to the song, yeah. If you can prove the gun was shot right when she missed those lyrics. We're home free, I think. True. Not easy, but true. Is there some way to prove it? Take a look through our evidence. Maybe there's something in there. Hey, aren't you supposed to be cross-examining me? Try to refrain from private discussions during cross-examination, Mr. Justice. I mean, I don't care. Like, I do this all the time. You've not cared before. Right, Your Honor, sorry. Just let me take a quick look through the court record. Please let me look. I'm gonna hear this music for the rest of my life. Just gonna be in the back of my head. Like, you know how sometimes, like, screens burn in an effect or something? If it's on there too long? This is gonna, like, or, like, stuff will burn into your eyes if you look at it for too long. This song is gonna be burned into my ears. Are you fucking serious? Did you hear that? I'm gonna go through so we can, like... Gunshot. That's so obvious! Oh my god. That's ridiculous, actually. Yeah, it's just hard to hear when you have all the parts together. Yeah, it's overlapped by that symbol. Where's the symbol? Is it on 5? Anyway. That's so silly. Okay. I love this game. Yeah. It seems there was clear proof left behind. Right here in Lamira's song. And that's exactly, I was talking about it in the chat. Because I was like, when is the mixing board gonna show up? And someone in the chat was like, I thought of something that could have made the case go faster if it was IRL. Yeah. If they had let me put the guitar serenade in there, I would have heard, like earlier in the case, I would have heard the gunshot because I would have been fiddling with the freaking sliders. I 100% would have like looked for that, but they wouldn't let me put it in. They kept Guilty Love in there right until it was necessary. Fury and rage, and also amusement. Okay, right here in Lamire's song. Her song? What exactly is this device thingy? A new variety of gramophone? Please stop. Come on, we just used this, and don't get me started on gramophone. This device was used to record the performance part by part. Part? You move the sliders to adjust the volume. Each instrument is adjustable separately, Lamire's voice included. Oh! But what does this prove? According to Lamire's testimony, at the moment of the shooting, she forgot the words to the song. Ah, you intend to examine the recording at that moment, yeah? We might even hear those gunshots. Exactly. Ha! No! I hate that sprite! No! Ridiculous. How are you supposed to hear gunshots back in that dressing room out on stage? Have you forgotten, Diane? We were all wearing these headsets. Oh. We were all deeply involved in our performance. I hate all of him. Fair enough. But Lamire's headset would have picked up that that's the wrong accent. But Lamire's headset would have picked up what she heard all the same. Then let's get to analyzing that recording. Right now. Lamire stopped singing when she heard the shots fired. Find that spot and I'll find the gunshots. Locate the gunshot. Yeah? Your Honor, listen closely to this part. This is the track with Lamire's vocals. I guess we go through this again. I'm sorry. Like, I did hear something faintly there, yes? Well, that sounded like a gunshot. Like, it's so, like, out of nowhere. It's so, like, we're chill, we're having a good time, we're singing, BAM! Pleasure! Like, come on. Why, it sounded like a gunshot. What? This has to be some kind of a mistake. I hate that hair. I hate that spray. I hate that hair. I'm so upset. It's very funny now that it's audible. Yeah. Because it was like, it was exactly hidden by that symbol. Right at that, at the break there. But like, God, it's so obvious. Anyway, I believe a case has been made. Gunshots were heard during the second set. Which means Lamire's testimony was true. So she was telling the truth about what she heard? Abby's breakdown is Apollo waking over and shaving his boinger. Don't call it a boinger. It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latouche. What did he say? Over, press the switch, now. Just after that, there was a gunshot, and then the guitar caught on fire. Detective Crescent, you weren't on stage during the second set. You could have done it. But why did we only hear one gunshot on the recording? Weren't 2 bullets fired from this weapon? Lamira was moving through the air vent, Your Honor. She must not have been close enough for her mic to catch the first shot. But then as she passed over the dressing room, the gun fired again and Mr. Latouche's life was taken. Well, Detective Crescent? Once again I am reminded of something. Our performance that day. Your performance? Seeing the mixing board jogged my memory. You were there too, Herr Forehead. Yup! Here we go. What is it with today? Problem after problem. Acta. My hug won't start. I hate that he calls it hug. I hate it every single time. It catches me every single time. My hug won't start. My guitar case is busted. My guitar's been burnt to a crisp. And to top it all off, someone's dead. And then there was that performance just now. What was that all about? This part is off. What was that? Second guitar. It was you, Darian. I thought it was strange at the time. How could you miss such a simple cue? I know you. I know how you play. You're better than that. Yeah, well, You what? In Prosecutor Gavin, what are you getting at? I'm talking about the murder weapon, Mr. Latouche's .45 caliber hand cannon. As we have learned, even the shooter doesn't go unscarred with a revolver that size. Oh. I thought we were saying, like, that was the time when he pressed the thing to have the firecracker go off, and he was distracted. But I guess this works? With a revolver that size. The kickback is enough to dislocate your shoulder if you're an amateur. Wait, you mean his playing was affected because he hurt himself shooting that revolver? Ha! You're forgetting something. Yes, Detective Crescent? I'm a trained police officer, you know. I've had firearms training, plenty of it. I'm no amateur. Standard sidearm issued to police officers is a .38 caliber weapon. Why do you know that? I mean, I know he works with the police, but come on. It's a little weird that you know that off the top of your head, loser. A much tamer beast. Also, the murder weapon belonged to the victim, Mr. Latouche, which suggests there was a struggle between killer and victim. So, the killer might not have been holding the revolver correctly when he fired? Is that what you mean? The thought had occurred to me, yes. Well, does the witness have anything to say to this? Detective Crescent! What I want to ask is what Mr. Sleeves Rolled Up Ready for Action has to say. Hey you, attorney. Me? Exactly what piece of your evidence is decisive again? You got a little noise and a tape that could be anything. And you have an alleged guitar cue miss, due to a .45 caliber kickback. I weep for this case, Gavin. I really do. You can line up your little weak pieces of evidence all you want. In English, the proper formatting of that would be weak little, not little weak. I don't know why they ordered it like that, but it would be your weak little pieces of evidence. That is what every English speaker would say. I hate this sprite so much, so we're gonna move on. I didn't shoot that manager, and that's the obvious truth. The witness has a point. The defense's arguments, while persuasive, are not decisive. I believe we should hear what the witness has to say in response to the case thus far. Your testimony, please, Detective Crescent. Tell us of your reasons why you couldn't have done it. Come on, why would I even want to kill that manager? You want a reason? Easy. I got no motive, man. That was the Divas... I knew I was also gonna say, it's gonna come down to motives pretty soon. And it's gonna get into... Hear me out. I might be going off the rails here. He was looking for the incuritis cure. He needed it for some reason. Perhaps he is related to the court justice's son. Or whomever is sick with the incuritis. Hold on. Did we end up checking this? Oh. I like that it just says hospital here. There's like a vague graph. Incuritis syndrome, first case in country. Incuritis syndrome, first case in country. Hospital. Like, it's so vague and I love it. Yeah, that was Chief Justice's son. That's his motive. But there could be another motive. But it's gonna be related to incuritis somehow. Just not sure how. That was this Diva's first trip to this country, right? How could I possibly know her manager? If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him? A simple reason indeed. Prosecutor Gavin, is it the case that Mr. Latouche had not been to our country before? According to our records, yes, not even once. I see. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. Great, now I need to find a motive. Isn't really my job. Oh, yeah. I was trying to remember about this. It was that he wrote his number down there, which identified him as a Interpol person. I'm very tempted to just, like, hit him with this. Be like, fuck you. I'll try it. Why not? No! Bam! Got him. Okay. Your Honor, take a look at this. Take a look at this. Why does it, like... It's like, someone is always saying this. Take a look at it. Look at it. Take a look at it. Take a look at this. I'm scrambling here. I don't know what I'm trying to say. What's that? Looks like candy. Don't touch it. It's made of plastic. This is a replica, but still. It's not. Don't look it, please. Detective Crescent. Ever seen this? Looks like a piece of candy. What it is evidence. Don't lick it before you try it. Okay, Apollo, you weirdo. Specifically, this is a replica of a cocoon. It was found among the victim's belongings. A cocoon? Never seen one that... I've never seen that... I've never seen one that color. It is a variety only found in the Republic of Virginia. Nowhere else. Alright, but what is this cocoon replica doing in my courtroom? Surely this has nothing to do with a motive for killing Mr. Latouche, does it? It does. Wait. I mean, I think it does. Be confident, my bro, my friend. You don't sound that confident, man. A cocoon? Is it one of those silky cocoons? The kind that you can make, well, silk out of? Not this one. This cocoon makes a powerful curative. A curative? For what? Apparently, it is most efficacious at treating a disease thought incurable. It is the only medicine of its kind. However, it is illegal to take one of these healing cocoons out of Virginia. Whatever for. If it's such a miracle cure, why not share it with the world? Yeah, that's what I've been wondering. We looked into the matter at some length. Apparently, it isn't difficult at all to manufacture the remedy from the cocoon. Yet, if you change the process only slightly, you can easily make a large quantity of something else entirely. A deadly poison, in fact. Huh. What? There was an incident several years ago where some of these got out onto the black market. It caused quite the commotion in the global community, though the media was kept largely unaware. Intriguing. All this has led to a strict ban on the cocoon's export, one rigidly enforced by Interpol, among others. Yeah, more and more I'm seeing Chief Justice is the first case in this country. We don't quite know why Maki was here with the cocoons, trying to smuggle them, but we do know that if anyone is going to have a cure for the Chief Justice's son, it's gonna be these three Borginians. Or at least the best hope of getting a cure. So I think it's gonna come out that Darian isn't a bad guy at all, and is actually trying to save someone. I also was thinking that, it was going to be, like, the poison thing is like, oh, Borginia is actually, like, good for keeping this in. But I was thinking that it was gonna be, they just want a monopoly on manufacturing the cure, which also would make sense. I mean, shittier things have been done. Literally, the entire reason the healthcare system is as fucked as it is because there are certain medicines that companies have monopolies over making. Anyway, one rigidly enforced by Interpol. Others. Interpol? Right. The victim, Romain Latouche, was an Interpol agent. Detective Crescent. You insist on referring to him as a manager. That is misleading. I've put so many eggs in my hatred of him basket. You can hate his design without hating him as a character. Like, I will hate his design until the day I die. I don't like him as a character currently, but ow. Anyway. If you insist on hating him though, this might turn out bad for you. But I don't know. He could also still be an asshole. That is misleading. Romain Latouche wasn't killed as a manager. He was killed as an undercover agent. So I was trying to smuggle this gumball into the country. That what you're trying to say? I'm saying that could well be a motive for murder. Oh, so I was going to sell it on the black market, make myself a pretty penny? Ridiculous. I mean, totally unthinkable. Unthinkable, you say. Why? Perhaps it's time for another testimony about this smuggling of cocoons business. International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. Then why'd you pretend to not recognize it, first of all? Fucking suspicious. Anyway. Interpol's all hot and bothered about them. Can't sell them on the black market. Too dangerous. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. And I'm in international affairs. I know the deal. Yeah, of course it's not lucrative. That's why you're not trying to sell it. You're trying to use it for good. Why? But, like, of course he's trying to use it for good. Because why else would they have that newspaper be evidence for us, you know? Like, it's all gonna come back around. It's all gonna interlock. Indeed. Interpol wanted these cocoons bad enough to send Mr. Latouche undercover. You kids think up the craziest things. No way am I going to risk life and limb just to get my hands on some dirty cocoon money. Not the most noble of statements, but duly noted. According to reports, these cocoons top Interpol's list. Selling them to an underground organization would be risky. Very well, you may begin the cross-examination. This is the only motive I've got. He was up to something, and I'm gonna find out what. Okay. I'm just not sure exactly what. Man, oh man. I guess I can press a couple things just in case. Dangerous? Yeah, Interpol finds you, they arrest you on the spot. Or another marketeer might think you're a part of a sting and take you out himself. Times have changed. But wouldn't scarcity drive up prices? Yeah, and attention. Every gangster and his brother would want a piece of that action. They'd turn your forehead into Swiss cheese before you could say objection. Maybe we could get them to cut his hair, too. Mean! Said both it wasn't lucrative and that he would have made money selling it. In fact, when did he say he would have made money selling it? I thought he said he wouldn't have made any money. I thought he said if you tried to make money selling it, you would get shot. Who's on trial here again? Man, you so obviously knew nothing about the market. And that's a bad thing? Of course I know about the market. I'm just... Anyway, don't even try to mess with me about this stuff. I just don't know if it wants me on this one or this one. I'm gonna try this one. Because I'm like, there's another purpose for them. Yeah. Why not choose a less dangerous buyer then? I would. How clueless are you? Everyone in the market's dangerous. The second they found out I was a cop, I could kiss my keister goodbye? Who's keister? What are you talking about? Why sell it to a black market buyer? How about someone like this? That article, that's about the Chief Justices. A deadly poison can be extracted from the cocoon, but so can a cure. Not a cure for just any disease. A cure for incuritis. Incuritis? I've heard of that somewhere. You went to visit a victim of the disease this morning. Aha! Why, that's the disease the Chief Justice's son has. You aren't saying. Our witness is a detective. He would have contact with the Chief Justice. You are saying. The Chief Justice would never deal in contraband. Not even to save his own son's life? But even if the deal went through, why, it'd be an international scandal. That's Detective Crescent's insurance. If word ever got out, the one with his neck on the line would be the Chief Justice. Detective Crescent, is this true? First I'm a murderer, now I'm a smuggler? How many crimes are you trying to pin on me anyway? You're not a smuggler though. You're a potential smuggler, but you never even got your hands on it because what he had was a replica. I think he thought that Lettuce had it. But Lettuce just had a replica. Wow, seller couldn't hope for a better deal. Did I miss something there? I accidentally clicked the mouse. Oh well. A very cowardly seller. Don't let Sleeves over there try to trick you. So I made a deal with the Chief Justice? Where's your proof? Well... Oh, yeah, and you're forgetting one other important thing. Do tell. Interpol isn't the only ones out there watching this. Virginia Customs barely sleeps. They're so worried about Cocoon's getting out. So we were informed. Let's continue with the cross-examination. Virginia Customs is very thorough. Everything and everyone gets checked. Ugh. Who's trying to call me? Who in New York is trying to call me? Very weird. I mean, I guess I can just how strict is this customs check? Way strict. They keep planes on the ground for hours. I do recall it being a bit extreme. They were even confiscating gumdrops and marshmallows. Yes. It would be hard to distinguish them. That's right, Gavin was in Virginia, wasn't he? I remember setting off the metal detectors several times. I had to practically strip naked to walk through. Here's a travel tip for you. Leave the bling at home, you glimmerous fop. Stealing that one straight from... Emma. Love her. Ah. Cocoon possession will get you arrested on the spot and then sentenced to death. Hey, man, if there's a way to get cocoons out of there, I'd sure like to know. International affairs got a memo about these cocoons. They're all hot and bothered. Oh, I did miss something earlier. I think it was, yeah. Distasteful as it is to think about if the Chief Justice were the buyer, well, the seller couldn't hope for a better deal. I did miss that earlier. I don't like missing things in the case, as you can tell, even if it means that I have to run back through my own VOD, because I am a silly little fool. I mean, that's the thing, is we already know it's possible to get them out of the country because Maki had. But also, like, we have this replica. Unless, the only other thing I can think of is the idea that... Oh. So, last week we found out that Gavin was able to send home his guitar through... Send home the guitar as a gift through the police system. The police system doesn't get checked as carefully, I guess. If he could... It's like either he would have had to have been in Virginia, or Latouche would have had to have brought over real stuff. Or something. I don't know. Or maybe Dorian thought that he brought something real over. I'm gonna try the guitar. I was right! Okay. Actually, there is one way. What? One way to get something out of the country. No checks. What is it? You become a prosecutor. A prosecutor? I don't believe it. Believe it, Prosecutor Gavin. What was it that you told me yesterday at your office? It was a beautiful instrument. Played lovingly. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman like Lamira. How did it end up here? I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present of it. So this guitar is from Virginia? That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruin the wood. So we vacuum packed it in Lamira's studio. So if there is real stuff in the guitar, I'm still not quite sure what exactly went down, but there could have been real stuff in the guitar brought over, or Interpol could have brought it over, or Darian could have brought it over somehow if he was in Virginia. But the idea of Darian specifically, using his band members and friends' guitar to secretly smuggle drugs, essentially, out of the country in conjunction with Maki. Kind of. Probably. Because we know Maki's smuggled before, but I don't want to bring that up in court. That sucks. Anyway, so we vacuum packed it in Lamira's studio. I used a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched. Did I get that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Untouched? Quite. The guitar was wrapped in several sheets and vacuum packed in Virginia. The pack was untouched until the day of the conflict. He's saying that guitar was? With cocoons this small, it would have been very easy to use your guitar as a mule to smuggle a cocoon out of Virginia. Holy shit. What? Which reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin, that guitar had some work done in it recently, right? Work? Good memory, Herr Forehead. Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front? It is called the sound hole. I hate calling it the sound hole. It's not really... I don't know if it's actually called that. Like, that can't be right. Anyway, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. A broken device? Yes. This, in fact. The igniter. An igniter. Exactly. Igniter. Consider this, if you will. What if that igniter wasn't the only thing that was attached inside your guitar? You mean... He means this, of course. Holy shit. Oh my god, he had it the whole fucking time? Ah! There was a way to get a cocoon out of the country. They could use picky Prosecutor Gavin's privileged guitar as a mule. And who better to do that than someone with access? Like a member of the band. Yaork. Yaork? Order! So the igniter was placed in there for a clear reason, it seems. It was a safety precaution. A precaution? Ah, hervorragend. At last it all comes together. Every strange thing that happened that day. I don't get it being a precaution. Because wouldn't you not want to light the guitar on fire with the cure still inside? Care to review? Maestro, the gentle sounds of Lamir's ballad, if you please. Please stop playing this over again. First, my keys were stolen, a harmless misdemeanor, which forced me to break the lock on my guitar case. The key was stolen to retrieve the cocoon from the guitar. Oh! I see. But things didn't go so well. The smuggler wasn't counting on the guitar being wrapped. Only a member of the band could get near that case. Igniter destroys evidence in case they were caught. True. But I would... Oh! I guess it would destroy fingerprints if they already had taken it out. Well, only a member of the band could get near that case. Unwrapping the guitar would raise too many suspicions. Then the concert began. Right about this time, a very large problem presented itself to the smuggler. What's that? Mr. Latouche. Ah! Mr. Latouche, an undercover agent, was onto something. He would have known about the guitar. He'd only have to check their shipping records. So, Mr. Latouche tried to examine the guitar himself. If the cocoon were confiscated then, the gig would be up. The only thing left for the smuggler to do was to get rid of the whole lot. Ah. So... But how did he... Yeah, I guess he would have had to place the igniter after. It just doesn't make it... Why would he... Why? How was the igniter inside the guitar? Get rid of the whole lot. It's over. Press the switch now. The guitar burst into flames and the cocoon was lost. And then, how did the igniter get in the guitar then? Though. It was already wrapped. And he was like, I can't unwrap it or it'll raise suspicion. I still don't get it. I'm upset. Then Mr. Latouche died. With Lamira there to witness it. There's your case. Brilliant, man. Detective Crescent? I gotta know, you make all that up on the fly? For a made-up story? Makes a great deal of sense, Dorian. Huh. The Republic of Borginia? Sorry, man, but I haven't even been there. True, you haven't. Ha! Let's see you make up a story for that, kid. How'd I hide the cocoon in the first place, huh? Not so hard to imagine. Good help. Borginian accomplice. That's all. That you had an accomplice was clear from the start. The voice Lamira heard proves it. It's over, press the switch. You made this transmission back from backstage, while your co-conspirator was on stage. But who was it? This is it, the coup de grace. For once I know what I'm doing. There's only one person who could have helped him, but I don't want to out him. I feel like an asshole. Let's see what Mr. Justice has to say then. But be warned, with a great accusation comes great responsibility. Make up your answer on the fly, as it were, and you'll be harshly penalized. Are you ready, Mr. Justice? Who is the smuggler's accomplice? I feel like an asshole. I do like that it says, turns out he isn't blind and can understand English. I wish it was the judge. Sucks. This sucks. There's only one person who meets all the requirements of the accomplice, and that person is the defendant, Maki Tobe. But Mr. Justice, he's your client. A defense attorney accusing his client? That's a new one. I assure you no one is more unhappy about this than I. But I am here to defend him in the murder of Mr. Latouche. And I stand by my statement earlier that he is innocent of that particular crime. Indeed, the defendant is Virginian. He does meet the basic requirements to be the accomplice. But what if it was, in fact, Lemire? It couldn't have been. She's blind. Well, you seem sure of yourself. The reason is electronic signals, Your Honor. Is it? Electronic signal? Recall that this remote only works to a range of 30 feet. Oh, is it because she was, like, up? Beyond that, it's useless. Yes, that's true. Now think back to the testimony. When the shooter made his transition, Lemire was in the air vent. Right above the dressing room where the shooter stood. Let's look at the stage diagram. This is the area the remote could reach from the air vent. Well, looking at this, it seems that Lemire still could have done the deed. No. When the shooter made that transmission, the stage was slightly different than shown. It is in the middle of the guitar serenade. Part of the stage was raised. Prosecutor Gavin and Lemire were in the air. And the Lemire standing were in the air. They were on a tower that happens to be 15 feet tall. In other words... What? But he wasn't here! What does this even have to do with anything? We're talking about a transmission between Maki, who is in the piano, and Darian, who is in the dressing room. Why would she, who is above him, need to... Oh, set the guitar on fire. That's what you're talking about. Maki was setting the guitar on fire. We're not talking about the earpieces. We're talking about the igniter. I'm an idiot, actually. I'm stupid. Never mind, it makes sense. The remote couldn't have worked from Lemire's position in the air. Ah! Well, Detective Creston, what do you have to say to that? Your Honor. Yes, Detective? Can we see the video where Gavin's guitar burns? Just one more time. Huh? Well, I don't see why not. What? Don't tell me he has a way out of this. This is gonna be sad, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Too bad, so sad, punk. Punk? Never mind. Not sad. First you were sleeves, then kid, now punk. You're losing rank fast, Apollo. What exactly were we supposed to see in this video? The problem isn't in what we see, correct, Darian? Right, it's in what you hear. We are musicians, after all. Care to explain for us non-musicians? Sure thing, punk. Let me get your yarn straight first. You're saying I ordered the wee pianist to set off that igniter? Is that right? Yes? Well, in order to do that, he'd have to press a switch. Am I right? Oh, he didn't stop playing piano. Okay. Well, take another listen. Pay attention to the piano. Piano? But what seems to be the problem there? The piano sounded just fine. And that's the problem. Man, you still don't get it? Ah. Yeah, how's he supposed to hit that switch if he's playing? You've got Miss Diva, the guitar, the bass, the piano, and some drums. The only one with her hands free was the Diva. Mirror. But according to you, she couldn't have been the accomplice, could she? Your accomplice would have had a hard time helping out. If they couldn't even press a switch. Piano plays non-stop. I mean, he could have done it in one hand, I think. But, whatever. He couldn't have pressed that switch. Well, Mr. Justice, the piano does seem to be playing when the guitar catches fire. Well, it's okay. We all make mistakes sometimes. Apollo, were you wrong? I can't be wrong. Everything makes perfect sense. How could it all just... Strange. What's strange? No, it's just... Something's odd about the performance there. Odd? Mr. Justice. It's gonna make us do this anyway. Is it offbeat? Because it has to be before the first section. There was a... The gunshot gets me every time. There is like a little bit where it's... There's a weird pause. Here. God, I can't freaking hear it. It's not like enough that you would think that he'd be able to like grab. It's not. It's slightly offbeat, but it sounds like seems like it's supposed to sound, and it's not for a very long time, so it doesn't seem like be able to. I don't know. Anyway, Mr. Justice, if Maki Tobe didn't press that switch, then he could not be an accomplice you claim he is. But everything points to it. Every fact says he's the accomplice. You got the facts wrong, man. Here's some facts for you. Gavin's guitar is on fire. But the pianist didn't press that switch. In other words, your story is full of holes. Mr. Justice, let's hear your final opinion on this matter now. Was the defendant, Maki Tobe, the accomplice? Your answer will reflect on everything you said here. Give it some thought. Apollo, if Maki is not the accomplice, Then our whole case is ruined. I know that. It has to be him. He's the only one who could have helped the smuggler. He had to have pressed that switch. Well, you'd better find a way to prove it. Ah! What do I do? What do I do? Ah! There has to be something that doesn't fit. Something odd. Something odd. Wait a second. What? You thought of something? What was Gavin saying just now? Strange. What's strange? No, it's just... something's odd about the performance there. Not much to go on, but it's all I got. What exactly did he hear that was odd? Have you come up with something, Justin? May I remind you that everything rests on this. Can you prove Maki Tabe pressed that switch? Let's hear your final answer. Can you prove? I'm gonna have to prove it whether I like it or not. That shot is so funny. So it's during that little staircase. I was looking at the wrong part. I'm dense. I think I'm right, actually. But it's on the left hand. That, like, fucking 4 or 5 ticks right there. You could play all of that with your left hand, theoretically, and it's slightly off, I think. Here. There, dun, it is where it would have come back. It also could be a lot simpler than that. It could just be that, anyway, I'm gonna prove it. I don't know if you call this proof, per se, but I can prove it was possible. Then, as prosecutor, it falls to me to ask you to show us. Evidence supporting this. Go ahead. You're sure about this? Ha! Accept it. There's no evidence, man. Let's see your evidence, Mr. Justice. And what do you base your claim that the defendant pressed the switch? Basis for my claim is music, Your Honor. Music? What about music? Let's listen to the piano part around the time the switch was to be pressed. Right before the guitar burst into flame. Can't believe I was looking at the wrong part. That's gonna piss me off. I hope you could hear that properly. If you want, I can, like... I'm sure you're tired of this song being played, but I could also, run that again. With the volume slightly louder, but... I hear a piano being played. But, doesn't it sound kind of simple? It's fine, okay. Simple? I think I know what he's suggesting. You think Maki could have played that part with one hand? Oh, pianist skills coming through. Let's fucking get him. Well, one hand. He only needed one hand to press that switch. You could play the piano with the other. Ah, so you're what? So you're some kind of piano savant? No, but you know who is. Phoenix Wright. Joke. Actually no. Then what do you know? You can't play a part like that with one hand? Maybe. I don't know what I'm talking about here. Wait! Oh, wrong person. Wait, I know. Hey, Trucy. Yeah? You got something? Mr. Wright, your father. Oh my god, I didn't pick this one. Okay. Your father, he's a pianist. Could he. Oh, Dad? He couldn't play a part like that even if he had 3 hands. Okay. So sorry. So sad for you. No, not really. Huh? That was just the easy way to prove it. There's always the hard way. Man, how are you gonna prove whether or not he played it with one hand or 2? You can't! I admit, it will be rather difficult to prove. But it's highly likely he was playing with one hand. How do you know that? Clue is what Prosecutor Gavin described as sounding odd. What sounded odd? I'll bet we can tell by listening to a certain part of the song. No, no way. Well, it seems we've come to the moment of truth, at least. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say for himself. Show us the part that proves the defendant was playing with one hand. Hold on, I'm trying to figure out what these parts even are. I think that's the drums. This is the acoustic. Yeah, I think there's enough there that you could... I don't know if it means something else. Right before the guitar burst into flames. Maki was definitely playing one-handed just before the guitar caught fire, and one section of the song can prove it. Damn. Oh, you mean like the... Hold on. What? Wait, no, wait. They're not even... I'm confused. I'm utterly confused. I don't know if they want this section because that's the section he played one-handed in. Or if they mean... I'm also confused on why it's muted, because we literally just heard that. This is so weird. I'm so so confused. What? You serious? I'm mad. I don't think this should be a question they're asking me. Music section is a fun concept, but this doesn't seem super well executed. Yeah, and it's also like not quite fair that sorry, zoned out. Um yeah, it's just also because it's I think it's simplified almost too much, and then it's sent through the music, like the video game filter to make it, I don't know. Confused. Oh, I had to look that part up because I'm tired of listening to this song. Unfortunately. Prosecutor Gavin, I'm sure you've realized by now just what it was that sounded odd to you. As I'm sure you've realized it yourself, Fair Forehead. They're like leaning at each other in the same pose. It's really funny. Realized what? I'll demonstrate. Let's listen to the part in question again, shall we? Pay particular attention to the "but a fleeting melody" phrase. How am I supposed to know what the lyrics are in a particular part, also? That's not... Man. How many times do we have to listen to the same thing? That's what I'm saying, Darian. First time I've agreed with you on this case at all. You're right. Enough of that. Let's listen to another section, shall we? Another section? I want to listen to another. The guitar burst into flame at the end of the second verse. Let's listen to the same spot in the first verse. Oh, pay attention to "Oh That Night in Your Embrace." Oh, we're comparing the piano. Yeah, I mean... play verse 2 again. There, did you hear that? Right. Again, I hope that was like audible to you guys and you didn't have to switch the volume too much and I didn't scream in your ears. Because I fully had to turn the music like all the way up to register that. But it is more expressive in the piano part in the first time compared to the second time. I don't want to have to go back and play that for you though, because you can only skip between the first bits of each section. You have to sit, so it's like, I don't know. I wish you could like, if this was a slider also, to be honest, but it doesn't kind of allow the multiple choice thing that they feel the same true, but they're clearly very different. What? Well put, Your Honor. Phrase in verse 2 is quite simple, but the same phrase in verse 1 has high and low note. You'd have to use 2 hands to play that for sure. What's that prove? I would think you'd know that by now. This is why I hate dealing with amateurs, man. So the 2 verses at different arrangements happens all the time. Yeah, that's also what I was thinking, but... Not this time, Darian. No point in changing an arrangement if you can't hear it clearly. That isn't the point. I had him play specifically so the piano would stay in the background. Oh! That was what I had noticed. Why should the same phrase sound slightly different, I asked myself. Now ask yourselves why Maki changed how he played, and there's only one answer. He needed a free hand in order to press the switch. An orc. Order! I believe this ties all the facts together. Well, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, quite. So personally, this comes as a terrible disappointment. What? No comeback? Can't believe it. I finally did it. I shut him up! Very well. Barring an objection from the prosecution, I will now state the court's opinion on this matter. Good show, slaves. No, great show. It's not over? I don't like when he looks so happy. You tell him, Gavin. Tell him what's so disappointing. Personally, I'm terribly disappointed in you, Herr Forehead. Oh my god, I'm gonna start crying. Please. Huh? Me? Yes, don't get me wrong, your case is solid. Facts I'll check out. But even now, you have yet to show us a single piece of decisive evidence. Fury and rage. Yeah, but the facts. Anyone can see it was him. Unfortunately, anyone does not conclude the law. I'm afraid your case doesn't cut it. But... 1,000 facts might point to the same conclusion, but without decisive evidence, it's not proof. That's the rule under our current legal system. Every fucking case. I don't believe it. It does not seem as though the defense has any more evidence to present. The brooch doesn't count as decisive evidence? No. This doesn't count as decisive evidence? This is why Phoenix turned to fucking changing the evidence. Forging evidence. This is why Phoenix started forging evidence or whatever the hell went on. Because this court system sucks dick. The igniter isn't decisive evidence. None of this, to you, is decisive evidence. Oh, I think if he did, we already would have seen it a long ways back. It is unfortunate, but at the present, this court is unable to acknowledge your accusation. What? The truth is staring us all right in the face. Why can't they see it? What's the point of a legal system that protects criminals? Good fucking quote. Anyway. Need today at every legal system. Apollo, remember what Dad said? Oh, it won't be easy proving you did it. Especially not under the current court system. So what do I do? Like I said, look. Be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional method. Is he really saying we need to forge evidence? Is that... oh. We need to make him give us the evidence. Every man has an igniter inside him. Find Darian Crescent's igniter. Set it off. Wonder what he meant by every man's igniter. I think he just meant a weak spot, no? The kind of thing that a single spark could turn into a wildfire of emotion. I won't be able to press him further by conventional. Proceed. I've got to find a weak spot in the guy, something fatal. So, can I get back to work now, or what? It may look like I got a lot of time on my hands, but I got no more time to play pretend with this deadweight attorney. Well, Mr. Justice, we've come this far without decisive evidence. This witness won't be coming back to the stand once we let him go. Don't say it out loud in court, you weirdo. Make fun of his hair. Yeah. How'd you shoot him with the freaking hair in the way, my dude? Lol, idiot, L. You didn't even need a gun. You had a gun in the shape of your hair. Your hair in the shape of a gun. Anyway, every man has an igniter. Normal thing to say in a court. Huh? You say the better the guitar, the brighter it burns, Prosecutor Gavin? Ah, yes. Good guitars are kept dry is why. That provides the best sound. Even a small spark could cause irreparable damage. Your plan has an igniter in it too, Detective. There from the very beginning. What? Fighting time, Justice. If you blow this one, it'll be out of your hands for good. Go for it, Apollo! What, and this igniter's supposed to come and burn me up? That's almost poetic there, Mr. Attorney. All the better. I'm rather fond of poetry. I intend to hear this one through to the very end. Her forehead. You are accusing this man, Darian Crescent, of 2 crimes. The murder of Mr. Latouche and the smuggling of a Borginian cocoon. This is your last chance to prove your case. This trial's already run on for far too long. Mr. Justice, this will be my last warning. The moment this igniter of yours turns out to be a dud is the moment this cross-examination ends. Understood? Yes, Your Honor. Then let's have it. Show us the basis for these accusations against Darian Crescent. Okay, it's really my last chance. Either we'll take apart Darian Crescent's plan as... We've already over every fucking thing in this thing. See, cause like call a witness is interesting to me, but I don't know who we would call. We call Valent to the stand? I don't think he's coming. This isn't right. Like, Lamira wouldn't know anything. Yeah, call the little boy... Call the little boy blind boy? Why do you call... What? Wait. Does he know that he's blind? That's the thing, though. We still haven't talked to Maki about... the cocoons. I guess we could call him. Oh, I should have saved. Shit. Oops. Wait, then why did I just save over? I'm an idiot. Your igniter isn't a piece of evidence. I hope this is the right... Oops. So what is? It is true that I couldn't show decisive evidence, but perhaps what I needed to prove my case was something else. This does seem right. Fake vision, lad. Yeah. You mean a witness? Proving his guilt is a tall order, but I've got just the person to do it. Very well, Mr. Justice. Who is the person who can prove Darian Crescent's guilt? Right. The one person who can prove Darian Crescent's guilt is the defendant, Naki Tabe. Seems right. Your client again? Maki Tabe was an accomplice to the cocoon smuggling plot. Without him, Darian Crescent could not have gotten the cocoon. Furthermore, he can easily prove that he is the one who plotted to smuggle that cocoon. Is the real criminal in this case. I didn't understand the syntax there, but I think it's saying that he can prove that the person who convinced him to smuggle this cocoon. How so? It would require just one of these just one of the very cocoons Mr. Latouche was looking for. With the cooperation of the Republic of Virginia, we could burn a cocoon. Burnt cocoon would leave a particular residue. Residue we would, no doubt, also find inside the burnt avatar. Aha, very scientific of you. Thus, if Maki Tabe acknowledges his agreement with Darian Crescent concerning the attempted smuggling of a Borginian cocoon, the case is solved. He would also get fucking tried and put to death by the Borginian government. Huh. Darian's laughing again. Your unrelenting passion is remarkable. You really want to get me, don't you? Too bad you'll never be able to. Why not? Little key tickler won't acknowledge anything. Don't call him a key tickler. That's upsetting. Especially not anything to do with cocoon smuggling. What's this all about? Taking a cocoon out of the country means death. By Borginian law. Ah. Yeah, see? If our pianist really was a smuggler, then testifying about it would be suicide. Believe me, he's not talking. But you're wrong, Detective Crescent. What? It's the other way around. Naki doesn't admit to smuggling here. He's in deep trouble. Either way, he's going to jail and probably dying. He's in deep trouble. How? Look, if Maki admits to smuggling here, then he'll be tried in our courts by our laws. Oh! Why? You don't get the death penalty for smuggling in our country. Why do you get put on trial here? I thought, I mean, okay, I'm glad, but like, the victim in this case was an undercover Interpol agent. I'm sure that the news has already reached Virginia. And they'll likely broadcast our dealings in court today. Including the part about the Borginian cocoon. Yeah, but... They, like, don't let me skip that animation. But if Maki doesn't admit to smuggling now, he'll eventually be picked up by the Borginian police. And it's not like he's in any danger in our court. We're not going to find him guilty of murder here, not now. Yeah, but you can't do this. You can't accuse me. Maybe the law doesn't allow it. But who's going to think you're really innocent after hearing this trial? The same goes for Maki Tabe. The cocoon smuggling, your entire plan. Maki Tabe knows everything. There's only one way out of it for him, and that's to acknowledge his own crime. The crime of cocoon smuggling. That is interesting. You're making everyone in the courtroom uncomfortable. Don't worry there. I'll get you out of the country. I'll set you up someplace. A hidden mansion? Real nice. You want a house made out of cookies? Or no, a house made out of pianos. Come on. Stop. Please. Oh my god! Ah! Fuck! Oh no. Oh no! Not that! Not this! Dying. Consider that my last session with we rocked. Guessing we can treat that outburst as a confession? It got worse. I know. It sucks. It really sucks. There's no, like, way. There's nothing I can do. Unless I, like, uh-oh, he's laughing again. There's, like, kind of sick desperation in it now, though. Well, have you been listening to today's trial? Yes. And you'll tell this court everything? I didn't want it to turn out this way, but I'm not the kind of lawyer that can overlook a crime. Today's trial was all for your benefit, you know? I see no reason why you should hesitate now. I knew. From the beginning, I knew. Maki. Situation. I cannot explain, but money I needed. Very much money. Valid? Today's trial raises a delicate issue with our legal system. The only thing definite in a court of law is evidence. This is the golden rule, however. It has become apparent that not all things can be tried by this standard. Did the past 3 games not also prove this? Should another case of this sort resurface, we may have to consider an alternate system by which to administer justice. Finally? Anyway, Mr. Makitobe? Yes? I promise you will receive a fair trial by the laws of our country. And with regards to the current charges for murder of Mr. Latouche, this court is prepared to announce a verdict. Aww. Thank you. I only lie, but you see truth. You find truth. That's our job. Very well. Court finds the defendant, Maki Tabe, not guilty. We did it! Court is adjourned. He is, like, it's really cute, actually. Wonder what'll happen to Maki. Well, he did smuggle a cocoon out of Virginia. So there'll be another trial here. All's well that ends well. Hi, Phoenix. Dad! I owe you both my thanks. Lemire? Hi, is something wrong? I'm sorry, Maki was your partner on stage, your friend. Yes, I thought of him as my own son. Even now I do. Yeah. Thing got a hold of him. Something evil. See that. He must pay for what he has done. That not how it should be? Still sorry. Hair sensor is still there. You're right. I did not mean for it to be. Now I feel like a big dumb idiot. That whole scene was so cute, and there was a whole hair sensor in the middle of the screen. God, I'm mad about that, actually. Piss. Oh well. Still sorry. Do not be sorry. You've given me courage. Courage? I always feel like a big dumb idiot, gotta be honest with you. I'm considering an eye operation. It was my suggestion, actually. You mean you'll be able to see again? It's funny. I've always been afraid of the light. Light seems so harsh, so unforgiving. According to the doctor, Mira lost her sight due to some kind of accident. An accident? No, I suffer from amnesia. Feared that if I could see, perhaps it would open my eyes to the truth I have been running from. I was scared. You know what changed your mind? Her mind? Hearing your defense in there today. You could feel your gaze, unwavering, always looking straight at the truth. If the light returns to my eyes, I think I will take up painting. Aw. Painting? That's right! She's the landscape painter in sound, after all. I will paint the two of you. Promise. Woohoo! I can't wait, Lamira! I owe you my thanks too, Apollo. Thanks, Mr. Wright, but for what? You reminded me I need to hurry things along. On my secret mission, that is. Right, your secret mission. Apollo, Trucy, I hope that we will meet again someday soon. You bet, me too. And so, like a ballad, the trial flowed on and on until it came to an end. Good night. Thanks to the trial, the guitar serenade was a huge hit. Prosecutor Gavin's even more dazzling to yay? Even more dazzling to look at now. But there's something I wanted to say to that guy. Next time you write a ballad, let them catch the killer at the end. Why was there no, extra thing after that? Usually they have an extra thing. Anyway. I'm actually, I know, like, people just left, but, I also am leaving, so. I'm going to bed. I think I will always have a soft spot for that case, despite how weird it is, how difficult it is. It's actually very... I don't know. I really like Lamira as a character. I was a little bit suspicious of her at first, but the more we kept, and I was suspicious of Maki, but we kept going with it, and I just kept liking them more and more characters. And then of course there's the delightful Darian Crescent with his horrible hair. But even him I didn't find bad because his reason was, what, smuggling something to sell it, but to cure someone. At least it wasn't like he was selling it to make a poison. It was... Sure, it was money. Was his primary goal, but he also, I think in some way, wanted to save the Chief Justice's son. Felt like it was the right thing to do. I'm not sure if they ever thought that deep into it, the writers, but that's what I want to believe. Regardless, I will see you guys next week with the fourth case of Apollo Justice Attorney. Night.